ABC Amba TV Draft. Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless. The voice of Ambazonia. Connecting the world from Africa. With untold stories. Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amba TV Draft. Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless. The voice of Ambazonia. Connecting the world from Africa. With untold stories. Africa's best.
Toxic mercury to bind gold dust from the mud. A board member in the cooperative, Eliseo Makumba, says it's the only way to stay competitive, because illegal miners don't care about environmental regulations, so they can push down the price.
Why are we as a cooperative left behind? Well, we have to work with the people, we have to register them, monitor the work, pay taxes and government fees. When there's a problem, for example, if one of our members has an accident in a mine, we have to take them to the hospital. So it's very difficult to compete with the illegal mines.
Meanwhile, Antonio Nguveni is meeting one of the 15 beekeepers supported by the park and by the conservation group Moz Bio. He is unsure about the mining work in Tsetsera. The use of mercury is a serious violation of the rules, but the mining cooperative has at least prevented hundreds of illegal gaimperos from coming to the park to look for gold. Still, Nguveni doesn't want another cooperative here. He prefers to talk about the success of sustainable agriculture, which he hopes can be expanded.
With agricultural projects, of which beekeeping is just one example, we have been able to reduce the negative impact humans have on the environment by almost half. For one thing, we currently see that deforestation is decreasing.
These successes are sorely needed. The mine blocking the elephant path, where the police burned down the camp, is fully operational again by the very next day. The gaimperos will not stop looking for gold because they are poor and need the money.
If they stop us from digging here, all the people will starve to death. By mining, we can at least buy some food and pay school fees. School fees, I cannot stress that enough.
The illegal prospectors will surely continue searching for gold. It's more dangerous than working in a cooperative, but also more lucrative.
They're small and made of plastic, sachets. These little packets might be handy, but they quickly land in the garbage bin, and they don't rot. In our web special, we chart the journey of such a sachet, from the origins of the raw materials it's made from to its end on the rubbish heap. We find out why the number of sachets is growing and why they're so lucrative for businesses and so disastrous for our planet. Find out more at dw.com/plastic. Brazil is among the countries hardest hit by the coronavirus pandemic. A according to official figures, of the South American nation's 210 million residents, more than 22 million have been infected with the virus. And more than 600,000 have died of COVID-19. That's one of the highest death rates in the world. And it's not just people's health that's been affected, but also their livelihoods. Though sometimes necessity is the mother of invention.
When they pick their organic cotton, the women of Valle de Chiquichinoya feel a close kinship with their ancestors. They sing the old songs while harvesting, just as the slaves once did, even now during the pandemic. The
coronavirus crisis was hard on us. We couldn't always sing together during our harvest. Now that we've been vaccinated, we can continue because we're protected.
Many in this region don't like to be reminded of their slave heritage, but for these women, it's an important legacy.
We want to preserve the traditions and culture of the past. So far, we've succeeded. I'm happy that we still harvest the way our ancestors did.
Valle de Chiquichinoya is located in the north of the state of Minas Gerais. It's a region that's always been arid and poor. The women first remove the seeds from the cotton. They then spin it, also by hand.
We make everything from bed sheets to dish towels and bath towels. Even the suits our men wear. We women have always weaved these things. Sometimes 15 women work spinning cotton at the same time.
At the start of the pandemic, sales of their woven fabrics plummeted. That was a problem for the cotton spinners here. They still had to earn a living. They came up with a solution while working on their aroera trees, which provide a bark they use to make dye.
We do everything we do with joy. When someone's sad, we sing to lift their spirits. This tradition makes us feel better.
Their high spirits brought fresh inspiration. The women launched an online campaign, hoping their singing might boost sales. Just like their traditions, spinning by hand, dyeing with aroera bark, and above all, their time-honored songs.
It occurred to us that we could sell our songs. We've been successful with it, and it's helping us weather the pandemic.
And the idea's catching on. Many men contact them by voice message, ordering fabrics for their wives and a song to go with it. The women now send melancholy verses about the hardships of rural life to their recipients by voicemail. It was an immediate success, and orders started coming in from as far away as Germany, France, and Portugal, requesting fabrics and verses from the descendants of slaves in Valle de Chiquichinoya. They've sold more than 700 fabric orders so far, far more than before, and they've sent 7,000 song poems.
It makes us really happy. We now sew fabrics that we even send abroad. That makes my heart leap for joy. Our embroidery is appreciated by people in other countries. It's lovely that we're selling so much now because people like our work.
Tradition handicrafts and traditional song, a surprise hit. Meanwhile, the women from Valle de Chiquichinoya have plenty to do. New orders keep pouring in with requests for a song, like one for a romantic partner on Dia dos Namorados, or Lover's Day. Soon, another package is sent on its way. This one to Rio de Janeiro. Daisy Posato has received a gift from her husband for her birthday. The surprise also includes a song poem written especially for her.
Sem preconceito ela é muito querida.
Daisy, you are loved and are good to all people. A verse that warms her heart.
This is so beautiful. A poem by mail. My husband gave them suggestions for it. I'm now imagining the woman who sent it to me and how she's singing it.
The woman who sang it is 1,000 kilometers away, sitting on a rock. She's already preparing her next song poem on her cell phone. It seems that for many people, music is a special joy right now. All the more during the pandemic. The old slave songs, they carry hope, especially in difficult times.
As a village elder, I'm happy that our culture is being appreciated.
For the women of Valle de Chiquichinoya, the pandemic has brought some benefits and new verses to sing.
This week's Global Teen comes from South Africa.
I am
A global teen.
We gather, light up a fire. We getting higher. We feel the power. Oh. Mshatima. Vendula. Motherland is such a paradise. How long before we realize? Savannah and Sahara unite. Light up one big firelight. We dancing through the night. Landra with the lodging lador. With the macheng changina. Oh, a changina. Gio. The rivers will never stop to flow. The mountains will always keep our gold. So let us dream alive. Nyovabena, with the Mayua, Mshiyajima, freedom of the mind. Afienaru ilafanaku, Afienaru ilafanaku. Idudun from the light up a fire, we getting higher, we feel the power. Oh, Abatia, Verbatia Kongadema, Verbatia Chenga Chenga, Verbatia Yovabena. Oh. No, no, no. we're putting out. Ay, ay, ay. Abai, ay, ay, ay. Changing back the version, Kishikiranila with your tree. Abani your vanilla, yo, yo, yo. Motherland is such a paradise. How long before we realize?
Okay.
We the people, ABC Amba TV, Draft. Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa. With untold stories, Africa's best.
Good evening, fellow Ambazonians, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to this exceptional program, exclusive discussion with Paddy King, where we have topical issues to handle. A few moments ago, you were just watching the UN General Assembly preliminary sessions where the stakeholders, or I would say organizers, are preempting the general debate that begins sometime next week. And it is important that we as a people, we're following closely to ensure what is happening. It is purported that when stakeholders around the world come together in the UN General Assembly, you have to first of all understand that the UN General Assembly is a major platform where policies, global policies, laws, and protocols are voted. That is a place where oppressed people, colonized people, economic problems, global challenges, climate problems are discussed. And during a time like this, it is heated in New York. Nations all around the world are hoping that the policies will be progressive. The modifications, resolutions, and possible solutions to the problems of the world will come to a point where it would favor countries. We, as the peoples of Ambazonia, we feel spited by the preliminaries because based on the preempting by the SecGen of the UN, of the United Nations, we understand that problems in different parts of Africa and the world have been discussed and have been highlighted as a focus for discussion. But as Ambazonians, we've not heard any categoric statement made yet. We heard yesterday a highlight on the situation in Ethiopia and what the United Nations is doing they spoke of Congo. I'm sure they also spoke on of Sudan. Then it has been a measure of Ukraine. It would appear that the journalists, oppressed men, and reporters that are there to ask questions have been handpicked. And like the same charade that happened in Yaoundé, nobody seems to be hearing what or talking about what is happening in Ambazonia. Now, what is the problem? Is what is there that Ambazonians need to do as a people? What else is the interim government not doing to make sure that relevant stakeholders get to talk about it? Is the problem Ambazonian? If no, who is behind it? And what is the objective? This will be the center forward of our discussion this evening. I would like to first of all apologize for starting it a little bit behind schedule. And right now, I'm telling you to just stay there. For those of you watching on Facebook and on YouTube and on our platforms, to tell somebody that we are live. I'll try to connect Ochibanes, and I hope Paul Nilong involved with defense will come to give to us some relevant information on pertinent issues. I'm also hoping that later in the show we'll be having War Child. But as a starter of the show, there is so much we want to talk about. We just have a video of some of the chiefs, Ambazonian chiefs, purportedly chiefs who are dishonestly taking stance that we disagree with categorically. And that's also going to be a part of our discussion. So why I try to ensure that these individuals are connected for us to start this discussion, I'm calling on you to stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Just share. For those of you watching on Facebook and on YouTube, you can share and share and share very widely because our discussion will be extensive. We will open the phone lines a little bit earlier today because we want the discussion to be more interactive. We want to appreciate all those who have been waiting, and a lot of people have been calling, when are you coming? So we start in about 30 minutes late, but we will definitely hit our target for tonight's Stay tuned.
I suffered a lot during this time.
A few kilometers from Tulayar, in the village of Mangali, the nightlife is buzzing and prostitution is everywhere. Two teenagers, 15 years old, tell how they come every night to the bars to offer sexual services to tourists. Intermediaries are also around, and it's possible to discreetly rent a room in a nearby motel. The International Labour Organization, in collaboration with UNICEF, has set up a project implemented by the NGO SOS Children's Villages. It offers vocational training to adolescents who want to leave prostitution and helps them find legitimate work in the hotel and restaurant industry.
Our region has a strong tourism industry, and we encourage all our partners to contribute to its development.
This project is part of a broader action taken by the ILO in Madagascar to eliminate the worst forms of child labor. With the support of the authorities and a local committee, awareness-raising campaigns were launched at nightclubs and hotels to identify teenagers at risk of prostitution. They also established a code of conduct to enforce the existing laws against child sexual exploitation.
Ce code de conduite amène les entreprises.
This code of conduct encourages hotels, restaurants, and other tourism businesses to enforce this principle of respect for the rights of children.
Ce principe de respect du droit des enfants.
Frankita became a prostitute at the age of 14. 4 years later, she no longer works the streets and has been trained as a hotel housekeeper.
We learned that it is forbidden to be a prostitute, and we learned how to bake. After that, we were trained in hotel housekeeping skills. We had a hotel visit. There were 4 of us girls doing an internship here for 3 months. When the internship finished, the woman who owns the hotel told us that we could work here temporarily.
Frankita now works full-time at the hotel. She earns a salary of 155,000 ariary, or about $50 per month, and her work is appreciated. The training and the internship has changed her life. From 2014 to 2016, nearly 130 young people were able to benefit from training at the center. For the owners and managers of hotels in the region, this source of skilled labor is of great value.
When we took on the interns, the hotel was up and running and very busy with customers. So the trainees who worked well had an immediate opportunity to get hired.
For Frankita and Bonita, their days of prostitution will always remain a nightmare. But today, their work has helped them regain their dignity and dreams of a brighter future.
Gender pay gaps stubbornly persist. At present, across the world, women earn around 20% less than men on average per month.
One of the most effective ways to reduce the gender pay gap is to promote equal pay for work of equal value, as provided for under the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically 5 and 8.5 of the 2030 Agenda.
Reducing the gender pay gap is not impossible.
All over the world, countries, companies and workers are pioneering new and innovative solutions.
Legislation providing the right to equal pay for work of equal value.
Requiring companies to publish their gender pay gap data publicly.
There are free online pay calculators and other tools which determine the portion of discrimination of the gender pay gap.
Companies that apply equal pay can be certified.
Minimum wage policies and collective bargaining agreements that include equal pay clauses.
What is clear is that no one-size solution can fit all, and that no single actor can solve the challenge of equal pay alone.
The Equal Pay International Coalition, EPIC, is a collective effort to accelerate progress in closing the gender pay gap by 2030.
Governments, companies, civil society, academia, employers, and workers' organizations can join and contribute to making a change.
EPIC provides a platform for peer-to-peer exchanges, knowledge sharing of data and tools. It encourages countries to adopt progressive policies towards gender equality, thus reducing the pay gap.
Bring your expertise, knowledge, commitment, and make a change towards societies that value women and men's work equally.
Learn more about EPIC and sign up to be part of the solution.
Конечно, сложности всегда есть, когда женщина вторгается в сферу мужчин. Для меня сложности были не в организации моей компании, для меня сложности пошли, когда уже мы собрали команду с водителями, и все-таки это есть. Для водителей немножко сложно, когда ими руководит женщина. Я думаю, что если бы я была бы все-таки в семье, я была бы замужем, все-таки у меня не было бы вот этой реакции, толчка создать свой бизнес, стать директором и управлять, да, самой. Потому что это уже было, наверное, все-таки личное, доказать себе, что в этом мире я смогу что-то сделать. Самый плюс вот в этом тренинге, вот в этом семинаре, вот в этой программе, да, было то, что уже бизнесмены, которые стоят крепко на своих ногах, были помощниками для нас, менти, указывать, как правильно работать вообще в бизнесе. И вот тогда я сделала себе установку, послушав их, поговорив с ними, что я не просто женщина, я не просто женщина-руководитель, я просто директор. Изначально с первых дней своего открытия поставили перед собой миссию, что мы из этой прибыли будем отделять какую-то часть суммы ежемесячно и дарить вот кому-то помощь. Да? Это наша инициатива, добровольная инициатива. Мы можем эти деньги потратить на себя, на благоустройство своей базы, но мы хотим, чтобы вот эта часть была именно в помощь деткам. Для чего мы это делаем? Для того, чтобы стать примером, чтобы вот именно бизнес-среда, увидев, вот, может быть, наш пример, тоже захотят это сделать. Работы не было. Я уже подумала, что же делать. Мы тогда запустили услугу доставка, потому что это только вот эта услуга и работала на тот момент. Лекарства привезти, вещи отнести, еду отвезти больному человеку. Как бы страдала не только я, страдали все компании службы такси. И мы с одной из компаний местной решили объединиться и сделали соглашение, по которому мы будем помогать друг другу именно машинами, обмен заказов. И им помогло, и мне помогло, и мы смогли выкарабкаться, вылезти из этого кризиса. Каждая девочка верила в себя. Я бы себе вот тогда, 10 лет назад, сказала бы, не бойся. Вот не бойся, что ты чего-то хочешь, и что ты что-то сможешь сделать. И они с нее берут вот этот пример. Меня очень сейчас радует, что мои дети берут пример с меня. И они говорят: мам, помнишь, вот тогда ты вот так сказала, ты вот так сделала, я это запомнила.
اسمي فاطمة حسين الأحمد. عندي أولاد 4. أنا جيت من أنا وأهلي سوريا. إحنا يعني جينا مشان نشتغل أولا، وثانيا يعني هربنا من المشاكل اللي صارت والأحداث اللي صارت، وبلشنا نشتغل هون. وكان نروح يعني ننزل مطرح شهر ونرحل، وكل شهر بدنا يعني نغير المنزل الجديد. كان صعب كثير يعني انه كل يوم كل شهر في مزرعة جديدة، يعني نفسياتنا تعبت مع الرحيل والنزيل، يعني كانت صعبة كثير. بالعمل عطلنا شهرين، يعني تدينا من الناس والمصروف وحق حليب البنت، يعني كثير مرت علينا صعبة هالفترة. بلشت أشتغل يعني أي شغلة. سويت لبن وسويت جبنة، وبلشت يعني أروح على صبحة مثلا أبيعه بالمحل، وأروح على الصيدلية أجيب لبنتي حليب. يعني أول شهرين بأزمة الكورونا مرت علينا، صار علي ضغوط كثيرة بالبيت، مثل الشغل أول إشي أخبز للأولاد، وبعد ما ياخذوا دروس على التلفون دروس عن بعد كمان أفضي حالي شوي إني أعلمهم. كان في مساعدة يعني بيننا وبين جيراننا يعني، والناس كلها اللي هون بالمخيم، يعني كنا نساعد بعضنا كثير، نعطي بعضنا أشياء. بعد ما عدت هالأزمة ورجعنا للشغل، يعني كنا كثير مبسوطين يعني إنه رجعنا نشتغل، ويكون عندنا يعني إنه نأمن مصروف البيت، مصروف الحليب للأولاد، ويكون يعني كل شيء عندنا مأمن. ارتحنا كثير لرجعة الشغل.
سعيدة زواوي، عمري 40 سنة، فلاحة أب عن جد، وجدي الأمازيغي خلى لنا هالموروث هذايا اللي هو علمنا كيفاش نعملوا السد بالطريقة البدائية. من الأول ما حبش نخلي بابا كيكاكا وحده، بشوي بشوي اللي تغرمت بها، وليت مغرومه، وليت نخدم بها عن طيب خاطر، ونبدا فرحانه ومن اسعد لحظاتي كي نبدا نخدم. خلتك الشباب هذوكم يمشوا لتونس يخدموا المراه، اللي قرا واللي ما قراش هو مشى لتونس وسلموا في الارض، ولت كيما نقولوا نحن ماشيه باش تولي صح، لكن ديما عندنا امل. رجعت قلت يلزمني نرجع كل شيء كما كان ونمشي نسير كما كان يسير بابا ونرجع الدنيا كما كان. ما عارفين ديما اللي أنا عندي حاجة مسطرة في حياتي كونه السد هذا يتقد وتستنفع منها البلاصة وترجع العبيد وترجع الفلاحة كما كانت. ماناش عارفين احنا شنو علاش منظمة الأعمال الدولية باش تجيب الضبط على تصلح الانجرافات باش تحبي تحكي كلمة مع العبيد احكي. صار وقتها الاجتماع شديت في حكاية وخطفت الحمد لله يا رب. من ثم انطلقت الفكرة نتاع الشباب ولت الكل تحب يرجعوا أراضيهم تخدم خاطر فهموا حاجة اللي هي أصلا الحاجة اللي كانت سند للدولة في ضربة الكورونا الفلاح. حتى العبيد قبل حتى كانت حاجه في قلبه وكي شاف النتيجه تو الناس كلها ولت متفائله ولت متحمسه والعبيد كلها ولت تحب تخدم. واللي حاجه اللي فرحتني اللي ثم حتى شباب يقروا ولوا ماذا به مثلا تو نخدم باقي نخدم مثلا من راسي مش قرايه ولا توا ولوا ثم شباب يحبوا يقروا مثلا يخرجوا مهندسين نتاع فلاحه يخرجوا يكونوا متمكنين كي يخدم حاجه يخدمها يعني بطرق واسس صحيح.
In 2018, there were nearly 152 million child laborers worldwide. 73 million were working at jobs that put their health, their safety, and their development at risk. Antsirabe is a town of 200,000 inhabitants, south of Madagascar's capital, Antananarivo. It attracts many poor families who send their children there to work in dangerous jobs, for example in brickyards, or as domestic workers. Nivo is 16. She left her family several years ago to take a job as a domestic worker in Antsirabe. From dawn to dusk, she does all the housework and also looks after the family's livestock. She works for long hours every day of the week. She has never gone to school and can't read or write.
I'll always work as a servant like this because I'm illiterate. There's nothing but this.
To avoid situations like this, the International Labour Organization set up a program that helps child domestic workers change their status and gain access to training. The program is run in close cooperation with the authorities and the Labour Inspectorate. Despite their limited means for action, the inspectors conduct daily visits to the town's cheap eateries. It doesn't take them long to come across a case of child labour. Despite the owner's confused explanations, it is clear to the inspectors that this 12-year-old girl is not going to school and spends her days working in the restaurant.
She's afraid of the repercussions, so she's not telling the truth about her real situation. So we encourage children to know their rights and encourage the employer to obey the law.
In partnership with a local association, Sarobedi, the ILO program has provided skills training to almost 200 children, informed 2,000 others about their rights, and removed 2,500 from their jobs as child laborers. The ILO program has completely changed 17-year-old Hortensia's life. The 2 years she spent working in a private home as a domestic worker were a nightmare. Working non-stop and without help, her meager wages were barely enough to buy food, clothes, or medical care. During her training, she learned the basics of animal husbandry and agriculture. Now she's renting a plot of land where she grows vegetables. She's also raising the piglet she received from the project at the end of her training. Her family is very proud of her.
It was poverty that made us send her out to work. But if she was really suffering, like she told us, it's better to have her back with us.
We are often told we send our children out to work because we're poor. Every project tackling child labour has an awareness-raising component, so the ILO has been getting the message out that it's time to look at things the other way around. You're poor because you send your children out.
Education and poverty reduction measures are essential for fighting child labour. For Hortensia and the other young beneficiaries of the Sarobedi Association, dance and song are a means of turning towards the future and ensuring that their past as child labourers is just a bad memory.
Am aflat de proiectul ăsta din Facebook și am hotărât să particip la proiect. În cadrul proiectului am beneficiat de instruiri, în cadrul proiectului am beneficiat de un grant. Pe baza la aceasta am hotărât să formăm o mică afacere de familie, înregistrând-o pe gospodării țărănești. Pentru noi, știubiile, familiile date ne-au făcut un pic mai responsabili, adică mai organizați.
Welcome to Global 3000. New life in the steppe. Villagers in Tanzania are replanting forests and encouraging the rains to return. Precious and scarce. In many regions of the world, fresh water is in short supply. What's the solution? In Lebanon, too, water supplies are dwindling, but women are stepping in and planting the answer. An unforgettable image. A column of smoke rises over the harbour of Lebanon's capital, Beirut. 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, a fertiliser, exploded here on the 4th of August 2020, devastating swathes of the city. 200 people died and there was an estimated 13 billion euros in damages, too much for crisis-rocked Lebanon. Yet, once upon a time, the country was booming. Beirut was a cosmopolitan and sophisticated city. But then, in 1975, civil war broke out. Political and religious groups battled for supremacy, tearing the country apart. The war only ended in 1990. Today, much of the population lives in poverty. The infrastructure has largely collapsed, including waste collection. The local currency has lost 90% of its value. Many struggle to afford the very basics: food, heating and gas. And it's really tough for the many refugees here too. But there are some projects offering hope.
It looks like a game. And it really is child's play, since every throw is a goal. The small brown balls that these women are throwing into the Bekaa Valley are so-called seed bombs. The balls contain plant seeds. An outer layer of clay protects them from birds and rodents. When it
Good evening once again, fellow Ambazonians, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying tuned. You're welcome once more to this very exceptional broadcast, exclusive discussion with Paddy King. I have finally succeeded to connect with Alizo Chiba. War Child will be joining us in just a few minutes. I know it is 10 p.m. in Ambazonia right now, and those of our brothers that have been awake just to follow up this late night discussion, I want to say congratulations to you all, those in Ekiliwindi, in Munyai, Mutengene, in Dian, in Mamfe, in Taambang, Taamafe, all of those in Santa, all of those in Bui. And this weekend we're going to Meme and Kumba to do a draft. So it's an important time for us to talk and gravitate our energy towards the county, with Meme County, that is drafting. It's been an amazing week. It's been an amazing and seemingly chaotic for some camps, but when you are in a boat of a visionary, you are confident, a man who has a vision, who has structures. I saw a post on Facebook 2 days ago, and somebody said, why one camp of coup plotters is plotting to, is it to meet with Paul Tasang and the others, and why another camp is wasting time with fighting for so-called whatever election. Dr. Sako is focused on ensuring that the restoration forces would have resources, and also that our refugees are getting some sustenance, and that we are doing diplomacy and on a top scale. So you were just watching images, live images from the UN headquarters. We are streaming live and we are following. We have been streaming this for the past 2 days. And the home front, those who are connected on ABC Amba TV, you would have watched us live on our channel talking and analyzing on the news what is happening, what is the preemption of the debate that should begin next week. Now, from the preliminary sessions, we've heard discussions circling around other nations in Africa that we believe the carnage is not more than what is in our land, and nobody seems to be talking. But thank God we've got a channel like ABC Amba TV where we have to talk, where we are not necessarily waiting for them to dictate the pace for us. Thank God for the president that has granted us this platform so we can express ourselves. I want to announce to you that Ochibanes, in the Ambazonian activist who has been very consistent with his rhetoric, is here. Sometimes he's controversial, but the beautiful thing about Nelson Ochiba is his love for his nation and his passion for the cause. He in spite of everything, you can say unwaveringly that he is in for our independence restoration, nothing less than that. So we're going to be digging deep into some things, getting into some quarters, bringing in our intelligence to unveil to the people, condensing it, breaking it down, simplifying it, and presenting it to you in the most digestive manner. Without any delay, let's make welcome Ochiba Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you're welcome. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Director, and thank you to the ABC team. And I want to say 21 gun salute to every genuine Amazonian fighter, be on home front or in the diaspora. We are not here to claim something that doesn't belong to us. It is our own right to claim what belongs to us. So that is the reason why we are here for this struggle. I understand that we cannot just go through without some people try to distract, derail us, but we need to focus. We need to focus, because at the end of the day, all of them, they will be running back telling you how much they fought to bring the freedom of our country. La Republic people, they are all united to fight, assimilate us, to wipe Southern Cameroons from the map of the world, maybe through what they call their special status, or maybe four-state federation and whatsoever. So it is time we need to always come out and remind and educate our people on which path we are supposed to follow, because actions are the things that we need to put into consideration, not words. You see, Paul Biya, for example, he will always come out there and tell our people or the international community that, oh, it is dialogue, 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 and dialogue. He even said sometime that the Makiza and the rest, they should come out from the forest and come and present their problems to him. What happened? Some of them came out and they were all killed. Those who stood up again, stood up for the April 6th coup d'etat, they were all killed. Those who demonstrated or who have been demonstrating since La République got her independence, either you end in jail or you are killed. So we talk, say, for example, someone like Wazizu, we talk of Akum Julius, we talk of all the rest. And when they have people from their own side, what do? They just arrest them, they go keep them very well, they use rubber bullets. They don't treat them like they treat us, Southern Cameroonians, because they call us and consider us to be cockroaches, dogs, and worthless. So what matters to them is our resources, not us. So there is no way that we can live with these people. So the time has come. We are not going to continue, crying, thinking that manna is going to fall from heaven. Our forefathers tried it since 1961, and this is the only time that we have come closer to our freedom, our independence, and everything. So we understand that La République will always use all those spoilers, sellouts to come out there to try to distract us, but we have to remain focused and focus and focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ochiba Nelson, for kicking the discussion towards this direction. I think it's the right place for us to start, whereby we are analyzing the way we've been treated by French Cameroon. So like we talk all the time, one break for the way, so today we talk for grammar small, then talk to for small pidgin. The reason why we talk for grammar because we will talk on things that will concern you in General Assembly. And if we talk, I talk for people who watch me now. We want talk so that maybe only we go understand them. Talk when I want to talk about house. We will talk about how to talk on now. But the one way we think say that people whether they listen, they 5 minutes a year, we'll not go waste time, but we'll go talk them because 1 minute a year. Yeah, French Cameroonians have treated us like dogs. They have even called us dogs. So we are victims of what you may want to call cultural genocide. Dr. Mungwa 2 weeks ago explained in very specific and simplistic terms what cultural genocide is and how it was a calculated attempt. One of the ways of implementing cultural genocide is to give a people names like dogs. Make them feel like underdogs, make them feel like, okay, they are not worth it, so that the things that heal from them will be despised even by some of them. And we even have some Ambazonian born thinking that the Ambazonian people and their culture is inferior. So they would rather associate with our captors, with our oppressors, with our colonizers. We've seen them partnering unwaveringly, unapologetically. And therefore, we are talking to stakeholders as they gather in New York this year to have a discussion. We feel that our question for freedom is important enough to be on the table. We're not asking for immediate solutions. And why not immediate solutions? When every stakeholder is talking about Ukraine and gunning for immediate solutions. I heard Guterres a few minutes ago, we were broadcasting it live, actually saying that he'll be naive to say that a resolution can be attained when it comes to the Ukraine invasion by Russia. At least he has gone on the field, he is estimating the carnage, and he can tell you audaciously what is happening. He can calculate when he thinks that a solution can come, when journalists ask questions. But when it comes to the British Southern Cameroons, there is a blame game. They want to change the rhetoric. They want to accuse us. They would want to say that there is violence on both sides, so that they will water down the discussion. The discussion is a people defending their homeland, a people defending and fighting against a belligerent occupation. It's about our women that have been raped, our sisters that have been beaten and raped and killed. It's about our children who have been fried in palm oil. That's why we are fighting. The discussion must not change. How did we get here is the question. How did we find ourselves invaded by a French nation, whereas even our protectorate, the president said it last week during the draft. He says Britain was even never our colonial master. The United Nations entrusted us in the hands of Britain, and we were abandoned. The decolonization process was botched. This is our discussion. This is our story. This is what we want to say. This is why we think that we have to be on the tables of discussion. So, my brother, you want to follow on these lines, and let's continue the discussion.
Well, okay. Let me put this one in our own language. The rhetoric say, if African black people they not be participate for help white man, they not for colonize Africa, they not for make slave trade, and the reason why they will succeed because some of our people they be worker, they side with the the invaders, the colonialists where they come. In modern days, when you go for hospital or you is sick, now you carry yourself go for hospital. Now you go tell doctor, say your hand is hot or your foot is hot. Doctor not get a magician for just know what way you would do it. It happen. And then it go carry test is here. What you will suffer and I say, La Republic and France, they can use some of the people, and some of them, because of their personal ego, greed, they just be intellectually dishonest. And when they know they talk the true story. A few hours ago, sometimes ago, I don't make some video for answer Dr. Munzu. And a few hours ago, I watched Dr. Munzu for My Media Prime Television today. It goes time for My Media Prime TV. They ask question for you. It come now, can't talk still way like even the colonialists, they don't fit talk. Munzu even go to the extent for talking because they ask them for ye. Say we will go for Banjul and the Bamida Declaration. They talk say Banjul. They talk say we are a people. But Munzu can't talk say they be say we be a people, but they not be talk say we get forget independence. It try to explain how a people feel refer to Bafut people, if you refer to Bali people, if you refer to Bakwiri people, and say you know we qualify us for get independence. But what way Munzu fail for tell Ambazonia them when they feel hear this story. Now say we be go for Banjul for which which capacity. We will go there like Bafut people, we will go there like Bali people, we will go for there like Bakwiri people. No, we will go there like people of former British Southern Cameroonianism, where it be a country, and where according to the Montevideo Declaration, a country be made up of a people where we be, get a geographical territory with internationally recognized boundaries, and where we get them, and get a government where we be get them, and where we also restore them, and where we get we fight now for sovereignty. So you see how these people they go for the try for the manipulate with people them, with manipulate with unkind people them for the. If you ask them, some of them most of they try for go left, go right, whatsoever. The territorial integrity of La Republic will continue for talk. It be that the territory where it be achieved independence on the 1st of January 1960, and where it be not signed and rectify the African Union Constitutive Act Article 4B for maintain colonial boundaries as they be. But the people like Muzu, they talk now, say they don't want international mediation, they don't want this. Okay, now, on what basis? It talks say we want to go talk with La Republique. We not be part of La Republique by then. No country existed in like Cameroon before 1st of January 1960. We will be like a German colony, we will be trusteeship, all those kind of things where they be. It not be like a German, like Germany, where it will be a country where you understand, even Otto von Bismarck, if he come for they can do a German unification or a kind of they unify. Then after some time, they can separate where you will get the East and West Germany. And then after some time, after the Cold War end, with the fall of the Berlin Conference, now where they talk say German reunification. Because German unification. So when people come for outside, we own leaders and they can't talk. And when they ask question for Muzu, say it will support if the United Nations it come for make another referendum. Like a referendum for southern Cameroons, like how we Kadinatumi if you don't do say majority want independence, it will support them. What Muzu do? It just make equipment, it just fall for that a lot because it not want to talk about it. And you can't claim toxic, ye and rechange them, ye and these other people, ye and these other people, they do so, they try for form this one, so they try for form so. The question you will ask and say, now who will mandate them? Southern Cameroon as it stand, will never get political parties, will never even get pressure groups them where it stand for day. Now, why that will not come out with the APP plan where it identify us as counties and LGSM. So you as Frundi, the Munzu, Paddy Asanga, and the rest, when I claim say when I want to talk like Southern Cameroonian leaders, then who be mandated, who vote for which assembly where they give that authority and all those kind of stuff them. So me when I go, say when I want to go talk on top on behalf of the people, because certain things that they come, I will bring example when. With forefathers, they will go create the SCNC. It may be the intention, it will be good, but some people that come in with hidden agenda, they can't change the SCNC now, it come now for their personal interest. They will go even negotiate with the Republic, it promised them 600 million, it give them 60 million, like how they can't fool people today. Now the SCNC now, it ceased for be a movement for free Southern Cameroon, for free Ambazonia. It will come now, it can't go now for a movement where they sign asylum papers and they take money for people and all those things. Even the SDF, where we'll be chasing, if we pass through it, if we do something, it will come now, it can't seize now, it can't talk now how it want look the economy for Cameroon. Even Frundi, where we talk, say, Biaro stay for power, Biar must go. Now Frundi don't be now 30 years. Frundi must not go again. So far don't finish. Now so far don't come. Now they suffer where it fall on top of people, they sick. And all these things. So we lead that they be intellectually dishonest and all these people where they come. And where in the course of the show today, we will talk even about the role of the chiefs and all these kind of people. So Ambazonian people, Southern Cameroonians, the issue now say you not feel want somebody for dictate who you be. You get your own identity. It talk your name, it talk your age, it talk your height, it talk your eye colors them and everything them. You know, we leave them for talk say you are most talking a different person where a one assimilate you where probably a talk then it will can't define who you be. That is the reason why we don't stand up and all those kind of them. There is no way we can trust La Republique, no way to trust La Republique. And in French colonies, they know the practice federation. What will happen for first federation? What it should say second one it can't be where it can't last and whatsoever. They all can't talk even a special state where they can't lie on a day. The content of the special status, even francophone, they don't even know anything about it. Now, I want to ask them, say, you get your papa a house, your own house, you stay for day. Makan chakara. You talk now, say, your brother, say, me want to be on our own house, you for day, free. You still talk, say, no, you must go only for my way, a chakara on a house. Wait till you get gain for all these things. And we get for no say La Republique, they come with distraction for the cause some own people that begin to talk. Now they can fool some fighters and fool some people and talk say, oh, when I begin fight, we two will fight the same work. On a fight for day, we'll go fight for parliament. Small way will come, we will take and so. No, we don't need anything from La Republique Parliament, not from La Republique President and whosoever. Let them come to the table of negotiation and prove their, ownership or whatsoever authority over Southern Cameroon. then we shall accept it. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't talk some talk way. It really fine. I be watch this other person. I think saying that thing we don't pass. We be give a framework. I dey try for figure out that video, as I also want connect war child. Where this individual they talk say that's Weber. They try to give a model on how we now we become we own politics, we own I think call them say legendary. Ma call them for any language. I try for no use word will be condescending. It can we own politics now for blame all, then be the messiah. So you see Munzo talk say a people, not true. But Munzo as an intellectual get to understand the word people now from a Greek word. People don't mean ethnic groups, even for grammar. When you talk about a people, they talk about a nation. Now, if Munzo, based on a literature review, wishes to qualify the people of Bafut as a nation, perhaps not now. Logically speaking, the people of Bafut LGA can only be a nation out of perhaps the Ngemba or the Mezam as a whole. So they are the peoples of the former British Southern Cameroon. The peoples of the former British Southern Cameroon is talking about a people now and their ethnicities. So Munzo cannot play. We are not a generation whereby you can manipulate us. There's a difference between a people and the peoples. The peoples of the former British Southern Cameroon, you have the Bakweris. That means the people of Bakweris. You have the people of the you understand? We have the people of Southern Cameroon is talking about the nation of Southern Cameroon.
Not talk say they caught you. You don't talk something where it be very, very important. I will advise Munzu. Say me go read E.M. Chilver about ethnography, and he read ethnography and the peopling of Southern Cameroon or the Western Grassfield. It may be Paul Kui, where they talk about ethnography and the peopling of Southern Cameroons. So where it means a country, if it be made up of different people, but when we go for court as a
at that point now they call it different peoples. You know, you pluralize them.
When
different
people.
Yes, you put the people based on their cultural construct and beliefs. What makes these people? But you have the people of the former British Southern Cameroons today, Ambazonia. The word people stand for nation, but peoples, when you pluralize them for grammar, it talk already about the subgroups of the people, which is the nation. So Munzo, there are two things involved. It's either Munzo is ignorant of this basic knowledge, or he is being dishonest. And I think it's both. That because not because they call him Dr. Munzo, because if you can be so manipulated to a point whereby you embarrass yourself on a TV station, that means you just don't know.
Munzo, like those other enablers them. Nobody say not be conscious. He know those things. Now the way La Republic they use them for the divide with people, they know the truth where it be for they. They know other history. So they only bring that kind of grammar for confuse people, their heads them. So that many people begin to doubt and say, but why this one it be so? Why this one it be so? We did talk here about the statehood, nationhood, where La Republic get independence, will not be there with them. And even for 2000 and I think 11 or 10, they can give La Republic Pobia 2 maps for Toxi will be different people them. I mean 2 different countries them, the Cameroons. So Munzu now he want to talk and they want to try for the justify whatsoever. And whereas the German Cameroon was not even a country. A German protectorate like a colony, part of it will go for Nigeria, part go the other side, part go the other side, go the other side. So this Munzu like Ngole and the rest of these people. Now people where they don't go pick crumbs for La Republic. They're the only one for come for outside for try for the confused with Mamida and Papa them. For can they bring literature so. At the end of the day, Muzu talks about it. If they want to do independence, they go more fight war. Of course, some countries they never get independence to the war. Britain don't fight wars them, Napoleonic wars them, American War of Independence, different wars, and people they don't fight when they don't fight wars them. Even La Republic sets up a fight war. The UPC Makizada and maybe they be fight war before they get independence for ages. Even the Guinea Conakry and all the rest. So where will they talk? The irony in say Muzu, if he can't talk for that show, stop saying it is 73 years. So if the fact say it is 73 years, begin them, they want start for revendicating what belong to them. You check now, say you want to take the key for their independence, go for grave, like how a president be talk the other day. Because La Republic, they can't fool these people and talk them, say, how old are you? 73 years. The full committee fool the rest, say, they 73 years, 80 years. Independence, we take long for fight. Why not take this 100 million or 50 million? You better the life of your family and yourself and all those kind of things. Now, why do they come for you? For can they talk all these kind of things? Because a normal person, he can talk. He work with Cardinal Tumi. Cardinal Tumi can talk. Say the majority say they want absolute independence. At that juncture of Muzuna, he resigning. Now, why not use that cardinal point where they talk say majority want independence? He talk say yes. We don't carry research with Cardinal Tumi and the rest. The majority want their independence. Therefore, may we put them. See if the majority they want the independence as the talk, or it present the file to it. But it can't talk say, oh, at the 30th of November, at the same time where we will be the unite the state of Southern Cameroon, it be lost its sovereignty, it be do so. Now, La Republic, it be lost, a new state was created. What was the name of the new state that was created? What was the name of the new state that was created? Muzu is unable to tell us because La Republic still
just a moment. As I try to locate this video for Monzo, if you get the link, send them. I want to make with people watch them so that we break them down. And the other video of Weber, because I want to play them very closely, make with people actually, because some of them actually look up to these people. They are elders in our land. And we are people of, we people will get respect.
Director, yeah, so we not play the one for Monzo today because now a whole show where it will take a lot of time.
Yeah.
And okay. we will need for cut the particular places the way it talk. And even for part for Weber now a very great person where he be not play his own role for Parliament and he be end for Parliament. And you know, so when he be talk for Parliament, La Republic it be put a warrant of arrest behind you. So any place they see, they go catch you. So any Southern Cameroon where they still believe for you, go ask and see why they be put warrant of arrest for Weber back. Then Weber still go back again, go talk for inside Parliament. It doesn't happen like that. You mean there's an element of compromise there. So he went back to Parliament.
Yeah, there's an element of compromise.
I can talk.
Before we fast forward and go for that element of compromise. I want we don't talk this talk for these people and peoples. I want to break them again down because I will talk small for grammar. Make a break them again down so that when they watch your village, you know, say like Mama me come up for Meta land, so they call people for Meta say Ba Meta, we mean say the people of Meta. Now that people where they talk so for grammar, they will put and I say peoples, the peoples of Southern Cameroon, we should say the Ba Metas, the Bayangis, the Bakweri, the Balondos, all that bar for they mean now say people for Babalondo them. But now, it means say that people now the one for nation. No, the word nation now Greek word we mean say a people. It come out that word nation. We the people of Southern Cameroons, we are a nation because we get peoples within we come from one people. So Monzo be aware for all of these things then. It choose to use them for say make it come now, it can manipulate we or people we know sabi. But unfortunately, perhaps if you do one for even 1960, 1970, that kind of talk with Monzo go shoot them for na media prime, right? It talk I'm never talk with if you walk as far as will be concerned. Okay, move fast forward quick. We don't handle that one. We shall say, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. No, you nobody believe that nonsense. We moons of talk now because you know be sabi what we talk. We talk say people for barefoot, maybe nation. Now an ethnic group within the nation of Amazonia. And I not a very big ethnic group anyway. I'm not undermining the people of Bafut. It's a great county. We know of the Bafut 7 Kata. They do a good job. Now we'll talk about Joseph Weber. Joseph Weber no even identify himself for Britain like an Amazonian. It is still talk about West Cameroon. In most of we don't take asylum abroad. In a document, categorically deny Cameroon, saying he be Cameroonian. He talks say be politician. And why that way some of you still call himself honorable and all of them still call honorable. Be an honorable. Because the honorable title began for colonial parliament for your own way, he purportedly protest against. So he never ever denounced that portfolio outrightly. Okay, he run out, can they? But it is still maybe in need for be repentant. But we'll see a current move where he claims he all of a sudden, every man for Amazonia, they suddenly become a more revolutionary leader. Where it one lecture to those way that he work on something, where he work fine. It come for lecture for them. Then one lecture I'm like saying that he be the best. Now for the way he worry plenty because the try to talk say diaspora don't fail. Not we I talk that. And the current all leadership for Isa Amazonia don't fail. Now the idea where the chicken be head, we will not sabi people we don't go experiment them. The research we don't do it. It talk for a video I watched today. I just pray say I will bring up on a small time. It talk say the one proposed to way other strong. You know, give an example because if you come to criticize something, you bring a precise example for talk say, okay, Eritrea be do so, Sudan be do so, and even if other presidents do so, whose story as a people be really different, where you know if you come the talk say Eritrea be do so, and even it talk give example, he say na method where they don't work for another side. And I need to know. We'll come back because we'll talk about APP town hall, then talk about a town hall where president gets organized and tomorrow. So that many people understand the framework we will get them here now. And then we'll see if which way these people they talk. Now say would use the wrong strategy or not just say they just want to be evil politicians. Go ahead.
Well, like everyone try for talk. The international community, it all talks to me, they go to the root causes for this. The root cause, maybe causes, the root cause for this issue. And if problem day, we don't want cosmetic solutions. We want a lasting solution. And and the rest, they know say, the only lasting solution we will get them with our relationship with La Republique. Now, say we will separate and we exist like friendly neighbors if it be necessary. Otherwise, nothing else it will can be. Because La Republique in order respect any engagement where it will accept. The full we for tripartite talks, 1972 the Fulham, 1992 the Fulham, for special status, national dialogue, the full we. Then how you will still continue for the belief for somebody when not keep to your words. La Republique, for example, they get more than 2,000, what they call and say, Frenchman, they call and say enquête. So when problem it come up for some place, they say they will go make investigation. They will can't give the findings. No findings in order to come up. No nothing in order to come. Even when we see the trend where it be key people for Douala Road, no findings never come. That one for some where petrol burn key people, they never come. even to the extent where minister the thief money, they tell Pobia, he talk say, proof in no day. And all those things them. And when we basis up, he can't call to talk say, minister tell you say, now wanna become meet up them. So if that minister, if he be able to tell Weber, say now wanna come meet up them, it means say will be two different people. And then Weber sister can qualify, say, that means it will be 2 cubes of sugar where we will dissolve. Now, you go ask them, see, which can measure, either put them, say that 2 cubes of sugar enough will melt. And why must we collaborate or live side by side with La Republique? Now the thing and that. So thing where it happen and say some of the elites, they believe say if they're not there at the forefront for do something, better me they think is spoiled. Some of them, they believe say, how will they come up for their villages them? Now you want a get house where they paint them, put generator for they or put lights. Now you want a get motor, you don't want emancipation. Because it will come make and say different people and they will get jobs and they will get jobs, they will get motor, they will paint houses them. So that for Christmas Day, me all my country are only for a door. So that at the evening, if you want to do something, all when they go sit down for bench, the way for outside, people can pile for this, so they ask favor for you. If you come for America for you, you will get NSBB. NSBB, the one come for your house, he drive your own motor, drive everything, he can pack them for you. He get your own compound, your own house, and everything where he did with you. But we own people, take for example, you see all these enablers, these spoilers, if they go hire NSBB, they pay 7,000 for 1 month. It talks say, if they want to take you, say that you begin take care for your new picking where the rub on them. New picking where the rub on them. But now NSBB will enter for inside there, because he knows say it be the alpha and omega, it will change the job description where began for NSBB. That same NSBB, it will wash clothes for that small picking. It wash them for all family picking them. It go carry water, a dry clean house. A wash plus the man you close them, wash the woman you all close them, do everything work like 24/7 at the end of the day, even for 1 month. Only because it carry one whole glass, it fall for down a chakara, the deny say they're not gonna pay you 7,000. Now so the mentality for Anglophiles and the day, because they don't want them say me people that they grow. They want and say them where they been are honorable them. They want the way they been are some people them where they feed put bread for table. Make they take you, they put them under their armpit, they seal them so that if they not carry their hands up for up, air no will enter your skin and you will suffocate and you will die. Now the thing and that way it kill with people. No mean I say they don't know what way they do now because they want remain relevant. They want being at the big boys in town. They want being at one in town and they want being at whatsoever. And to the extent, say you see for example, man they sell plot for you. He carry and go sell it for different man because he no commissioner, he no whosoever commander and who and all those kind of things. And at the time where the road we call carry drag every we unchip them, spoil we all can cultural this thing them. So we but if we go for parliament, if we fail for understand say now people they be voting Senate for parliament, and when the time we can't reach the people and they revolt, they talk now say this so they not still want it for parliament. Or they not still want as if for parliament, they want their own country back. It became for no say that people them they don't be so. Now you see the country they manifest. You see someone they call and say Uncle B today. They can't talk say restoration council, they are defunct restoration council, they get power past everybody. Say they come to stay, they be a rock. He talks saying that they give power for president and they get right for take power for president. Now, who they give power for president? Now the electorates, people where they vote Weber, now they send it for parliament. People where they vote, they send them for defunct restoration council, now they put them for it. So if they decide today, say they want to withdraw that power, then they can't talk say today we know the live we know the worker for live, we know the worker for do so. We back at the talk how they get for get grassroots, they get for get this, what are grassroots, all those kind of terms. Now just for confuse we own people, and all those things. And they know they talk the truth for you people. And I be very sorry say some people them. They can't, we call it listen to these people where they don't know. Said some of them, like Ima Warana Bipanda Mole Bitok, some of them don't involve themselves inside secret societies and inside other kind of them, where they will talk, say their hands a bit tight, where they left for formula and other kind of them. So now you, a free person, where you still there for outside day, where you go for fight, for movie, for free yourself and free, including all of those people. Weber and the rest, they don't represent us any longer because they don't have our mandate. The Frundi, the Erichinje, the Munzu, and the rest, they don't talk on our own behalf. Ambassador not talk, see, they don't already get their own country, their own country. Even Francophone them, they don't go talk. I don't forget this public man, don't go talk. Say other people they talk, say they are only like senators and this. Northwest and Southwest, as I put them as if we talk, say they not be vote no person. So they not be listen to these people. So for the moment where it stand, we do not have any leader, self-imposed leaders and whatsoever. And we don't have any group. We don't identify ourselves in communities. The Bafoot LGA, Bali LGA, Moyoka LGA, the counties and whatsoever. For free with communities and for free with ourselves. Nobody has said we go for listen to an individual or whosoever. Well, the Republic, it go take them, go buy them, and then tomorrow they start to talk different talk. Different talk say wait till it don't change. So we go for stand up. I don't be not talk since last year. Say honorable, former honorable Weber and the rest. They be not work their own work. Time be not pass. Me they go on retirement. Me they retire. The fact say some papa it be the dick cocoa. He plan coffee, send a picking for school. When he sees a picking, one be a doctor, get PhD for go. So you know we can't stop the picking for road because he can't talk say why me and not be updated for this level. The picking be get for go. So no, where to be the essence where you will send the picking for school. Now say me, it can't be a better person more than you. So that if he help you, it provide for you, and it help you. Now we don't be for war. We hold the public economy a day down for 6 years. People where they be claim say they be there for SCNC, they be there for all Anglophone conference and this for 20 years, 30 years, 32 years. What did they be do? What did they be do? When I be not sit on there, La Republic, it be they cry. No, they cry today. Now why that way? The formula where we get them today with the interim government, with the plan where Dr. Sako put them for down with LGA and countries and whatsoever. They get for work and we get for stick with those things them. We get for free everybody, including the Frundi, the honorable Weber, even Atangaji is a prisoner, all of them. Now people they not be free, they don't really go put their hands and they be tight, and we go for fight for free all these people. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, from way to way to talk, I don't think say a lot there for elaborate. It means say the reason where some of these people either they be blinded or they be dishonest, the Weebers, the Monzo, now because they don't realize by default of their political option and opinion and stance, say they don't get the mandate for the people because the people's mandate is given by the people, not even by any election or selection or whatever. A people's mandate is naturally during a wartime or a revolution, because now Weber wants to talk to us about revolutionary theories and examples. We have a natural process that has led to the leadership of the revolution that we have right now. And this all started with the people actually taking their mandate from Weber. You rightfully said that Honorable Weber, in fact, Mr. Weber, who is not an honorable in Ambazonia, was voted into parliament by the people of Jakiri. And the time came that the people of Jakiri thought that he was not representing them. The opinion of the people had changed, and they called Weber to come back. Weber at least tried, contrary to Mba, this man of Batibo that has passed on. Mba, what's his name? Mbandam and others who are still in the parliament. What are they representing? Who are they representing? When did elections take place? Because in as much as we understand, Ambazonian Restoration Forces, working under the mandate of the president, never tolerated any elections. In fact, Kamto acknowledged that no elections. Perhaps because he was trying to protest Cameroon's fraud during the election, he acknowledged that no elections took place in Southern Cameroon, and therefore Cameroon cannot be publishing results coming in from Bamenda and from Boya or from Tico or from Motenge or from Manfe because elections didn't take place. If this be true, which we know it is true, since it has been established as truth, where do they get their mandate from? How are they representing us? Because it's important that as we're talking, we encapsulate everything. Now, where election will take place, it don't pass. Last election will take place for La Republic to Cameroon. We'll boycott with the election because we, by natural means, we don't come for the enlightened age where we believe, say, will not be part for that nation. So how it happened? Say people, they call themselves parliamentarians when then they represent constituencies of Isa Amazonia for colonial parliament. That one a paradox. So we not even get moral authority for talk on certain issues when it comes to the people, because it talk about strategy. And I think say before we even talk about our chiefs, the role of the chief in the current framework, I'm talking about the APP framework. If I may, we talk about the strategy in motion right now. What are some of the loopholes? We have to review it. I was talking to the vice president earlier on before this program, and vice president talk on issues where I don't go into the details because I don't know if government want to talk about them. But as a people, we need to always stand back, look into our framework, look into our history. We look play where we come out. They say when you don't look your back, you supposed to not play where you come out. Like when you come reach to this country, then you get to ask yourself place where you come out. The kind of decisions that you make, they determine if you understand place where you come out or you be just a confused person. Who be we? Where we come from? What be the problems and the challenges that we don't go through? How we don't suffer? How we evolve so they reach a place where they reach? For a purported politician like we are, especially if we just come for one morning time, just criticize every other thing where it happen now. Okay, make we compare today and the days of the Weber in terms of achievements and in terms of the question of which way they call our Anglophone problem. Now, Anglophone problem, we will be a vital member for a party where the Anglophones, if you understand history for Anglophone, that particular party will be a betrayer for the people of Southern Cameroons. In 1984, at the talk all time, for 1984, where Pobia, because of arrogance, the Betty man, it will be on an agenda. 2 years after we take chair for a to be as president for the United Republic of Cameroon. The word United Republic of Cameroon, it already indicates the so-called union, where it will be a union of two equal states, don't fail. Because the process will lead to, from the Federal Republic of Cameroon to the United Republic of Cameroon, was fraudulent. It was oppression. It came through oppression and manipulation. Okay, we'll leave that one for one side. When 1984 can reach we, Pobia woke up for some one sharp morning time. That time a woman be na Iran, so maybe Pobia, maybe Chantal will talk say maybe na so the kind of it just woke up for morning time, just decide. It just decided, say as he stand, through no consult nobody. It just talk to the country, say from now henceforth we'll call and say the republic. Now, I tell people, say, contextually, there is nothing like the Republic of Cameroon. The rightful word, na la Republique to Cameroon. You know, if you really in the context of the Cameroons, you cannot translate it to work because the other side, when a Southern Cameroons never don't ever get that word, the Republic. Never don't ever be called the Republic, ever, for their existence. The only side they call la Republique du Cameroon. Now France be called the other people that way we colonize them. He called them La République du Cameroun. Well, now France give them that name. And when France be denied to give their independence, they still call them La République du Cameroun. Now, the only way they feel call we when we be attempt a relationship, Bob Kahamon is say an experimental relationship. Them fit only call we West Cameroon, call them Eastern Cameroon. West of the Mongo na our side, east of the Mongo na them side. So how it happened? Say we woke up for morning time, they call we La République du Cameroon. Now question we, even Pobia, he attempt for explain them. He talk say they don't try for colonize we. You know waka. That means they try for assimilate we. If you understand French, the way we talk. If you talk and say they want assimilate we, they don't even talk and say they want try for cohabit we. To try for respect we know. He categorically talk. Say them try them for instead put we inside their system, absorb we. Now what did I be talk? He said they don't try waka. Now that will lead us them in those days be vexed for the thing we Pobia do for 1984. It will spark up a silent revolution. The revolution not really be recorded too much in history because you get a few people we be talk that time. Like Ayamba, like Anyangways them way, they be attempt for talk them be corrupted. You get the late Nanga, the late Kisops. Now people will be try for talk. This papa them shoot down together. Stand and they move, they drive. Professor I invite una properly. The team will be provoke them that time for talk. They will come now for talk on a Southern Cameroon problem. The question of nationalism. They never try to form a political party. And since it happened, saying John Fundi, we don't be a CPDM member before that time. He just jump enter. You know that kind of thing, you just jump enter. You tell the primary school, just one people they want to be at you jump enter. He just jump enter there, then fabricate my own thing. Would that have you talked to me, John, be doing partially out of evil, out of viciousness? When man talks about viciousness, self-centeredness, that means say now a vicious person. In every person where you think about others, and when it comes to your own thing, you think about the ambition. Be wrong being as say he want to be president, and so it will be an opportunist or an apologist. So the people be hungry for change. He proposed what he call a social democratic front. Because people hungry, the idea will be bought. But that idea was a betrayal of the genuine cause. That one be being say, now, which way would you call them for country? Say, that one it will be a traitor, betrayer, the real thing. That time will be the real time to hit the real thing. Now, when you get real revolutionaries and nationalists like Gojindika, be boycott the movement completely. But Gojindika don't always criticize the Frundi move. Mola Jolly Tumbe be don't always criticize the Frundi move. And it never take long before it start unveil. Because after 92 elections, the Frundi opinion and stance be apologetic again with Southern Cameroonians, they group themselves. Now around that time period where they create this anthem what they sing today, where they start make flag where we get them today, because they will be very dissatisfied with even Frundi time, because the way French Cameroon will treat Frundi for election where he win up, it will win up. It will be an opportunity for people to say, okay, even after all this, I try for bring way to call national integration. When I do so, that one will be the last window where Frundi be get up, where we supposed to come out for the become a great historian or historical leader for Amazonia, for boycott them, then tell them, okay, since this is it, we're out of this country. And we get partners in that area that will be willing for joining. Like Ayamba will still be alive at that time. You get pound for Galan for them. Even though you and talk Amazona, yes, they don't turn them being a donkey people. That means they never do not really to they do and because they get infiltration. But they will at least get a clear definition of which way they want. And they never want any half-baked bread with some man will give them. So Frundis, they play wayo. Now the same wayo way you see Weber. Don't be inside the wayo for long. And inside that kind of wayo, Weber never really repent. And then it come, get the humility. If Mo talks, say you don't try to repent small. Because he did diaspora now. Now, if you don't repent small, he still want to talk truth. It come up with something where it makes sense. It question the fabric where it provide the biggest dignity with Amazonia get them. I talk the one unapologetically. I want people with the study book. When I research, I can kick against. I talk about the history of Southern Cameroon. I just conclude this point. For the history of Southern Cameroon from 1961 so they can reach today, there is no infrastructural framework like political architecture where Amazonia or Southern Cameroons will ever use them, where you don't give Southern Cameroons dignity like the Amba peace plan and the draft. If any man know any time for this war, where Amazonia don't come close, where Southern Cameroon don't come very close to their victory because of this endeavor. Me the man tell me, go ahead, I will come back for this point. Go ahead.
Yeah, Director. Now, just say we not really go detailedly inside the history for Frundi and the rest now. You know, say like you talk Frundi be just being an opportunist because the people the way they be create the SDF, most of them be being a government workers. So because and where they be even get connection to even with the Yondo Black and the rest. So because they be fear their position inside the government and they see Frundi like Maui they sell books bookshop, the BB bookshop. Now you where they then take it, they put it for front for day. And SDF, like you talk, when that time be correct, now Frundi be talk say beer must go, so far must finish, and all those things. They go pass for inside the La Republic, they go it cause faction them, they come up from there and they crack. And they go even internally for try for bribe them. One of the first person now, Professor Kassin Anyangwe, for 1992, where he be being an SDF representative for Independent Electoral Commission, where they be say me they go talk, they go check about the result for election, can't announce them. Rumor be don't go everywhere. Talk say na Frundi don't win elections. Augustine Control Community, if you don't come for television, CRTV, talk say na only the Independent Electoral Commission it will declare the results. Any person where it try for talk anything about the results, they could jail the person, they could do so, they could do so. He say, however, CP them don't win for North, it don't win for this place, win for this place. Then that day they will go for on another election on a Wednesday. They postpone them. And when they postpone them, now during that time they go bribe Kassin Anyangwe them. They take the money, they come out, run go. You know, can give even feedback for SDF, even for the militants where it be. As a result, we can't see Bipanda Mole, he can't read the results. He talks he hands a bit tight, he read now where they give you. Say me read them. Now the same Kassin Anyangwe we don't wake up today can talk say the issue of Amazonia government was a wrong idea. Say me they dissolve the government. And where you say that we don't be form your own government for Amazonia. And it be not be foreign secretary for under Ayuk Tabe government. And when you see Wiba today, Wiba can't talk today, see they be made bad because they will go form a government. It means see, you know one who get a government. There's no country without a government. So if he talks say will not be get for get a government, it means he will get for being under La Republic government. And Wiba, he failed for understand. Say according to ye, HX said the formation of a government it only be bad because we get interim government now headed by Dr. Sako. The reason why they talk this one I say, why it condemn the interim government, say will not be get for get government, it make party, he book launch for England, with members for Ayuk Tabe, your own government, where we be being a XXX vice president XXX. So if you be the talk say this, you know we want government. Why you be take a position for vice president XXX and where they be paid $3,000? And why you associate with the Ayuk Tabe and the other rest them where they get their own government, the meeting, tackle them and the rest the way they talk say they get the government. So now why would they talk say all these people are hypocrites them? Frundi, if you go for next meeting, it talks say we be exceed the limits. Why go to talk for parliament? We not be consulting. That time they be put warrant of arrest for a back. La Republique now a corner Frundi. Tell Frundi say me a help them. I will consult him. If you is strong and power, it is strong to go. So Frundi negotiate with La Republique. Talk say the only way if he talk now people are not going to listen. The only way if he help La Republique for destroy Ambazonian government for do whatsoever, now for empower Wiba. Now why that go Frundi, he go consult La Republique authorities, they remove the warrant of arrest where they put up for Frundi head, I mean for Wiba head. Then they allow Wiba. Say Misty can go back for that same parliament, go talk so that Ambazonia they will embrace and say, yes, this is the lion's man. Now Mawe again, lion heart. But when we go for the Ambazonia, we don't talk, say, yeah, on 10, we don't already pass. That is why they ship it, they send them for diaspora. Say me come for them, begin the work they do left and right and all those things. His salary the pass, they still give his salary. Like Akoro, they still give his salary. Like Fontem Nibadam, they give their salary them. All of those people, they take their salaries them. And we don't see and not see every people where they join these coup plotters today, where they fight against us. Most of them, they don't wake up, they go for home front. They don't go for home front where they don't run for diaspora for 5 years, 10 years. They go for home front. They go collect their salary, buy houses, buy plots, buy all those things. And as a result, they see and say, than for suspend their salary or for lost their property where government, like Republic government, who can't take and say they abroad, they take that money. Now you where they don't wake up now, they wake up, they start to fight for talks. They mean they help La Republic, so they mean they excuse them for their crime. Now why that way Ayukta they fight against us? So I mean they free you for the $250,000 where I mean CFA. Now what am I can go to the 300 million for SEPC? Where it will be for the Akoro 200 million for contract where we take for Arab Mengo and the rest. So all these things the way when they see and for the people they fight against us, either their papa and their mommy or sister them, it be CP them related or be all La Republique or they still take salary for La Republique and whatsoever. That is why they are fighting against us. Apanga signed a letter, letter of apology for Pobia. Frickstakan write the same thing, and that is what way it worry this with people. And I bet what some of these people inside their heart they pray say, I beg my brother, me wanna really fight for free will for this thing because they not fit talk. Now me at the tell now. I welcome you, watch I don't na director for welcome you.
Yes, Amazonian people as wanna see. Watch I come, majority come on and walk, you don't drive. He train one block if road. I should say you using a dig that train. It don't come so that my brother welcome. So before you want come, we don't talk a little bit, like for close to 1 hour already. And the talk we'll talk very plenty talk. Where you go just come now, as we don't plant them, they say Apollo's planted, the Bible talk, pour water. So whichever one way you can do them. The most important thing I say, would you talk so that people understand, and they will also talk very pertinent issues for grammar so that the international communities, because of the ongoing UN General Assembly, they understand them. We'll start the talk in a very holistic manner by giving an understanding of the current state of the UN General Assembly plenary sessions, whereby we'll get Guterres has highlighted certain crisis situations in other parts of Africa, mentioned Ethiopia, Congo, Sudan. And then the focus has been COVID-19 and Ukraine. The other parts, even in Africa, were spoken of waveringly. And we, as Ambazonians, we think that is troubling. We have different stakeholders like the Munzos, and they're talking with water in their mouth. You know, they are not articulating it the way they should. Munzo, to narrow down our argument as a people with separate cultures and traditions and Anglo-Saxon upbringing, that we are a nation separate from French Cameroon. He says even a Bafut can also be called a people. We have helped Munzo to go back into his dictionaries and his history books or the context of it to understand the difference between a people and the peoples of a nation. So we are evolving to a point whereby enablers are questioning the fabric of the government and the infrastructure that the government is putting in place to prosecute this revolution. WIBA is trying to put it down, to narrow it down, as though the diaspora is hijacking a movement that normally they're the ones pushing. Now he is encapsulating the maneuver of the diaspora and undermining the APP framework that is working more than any other thing. So now you won't take time. We check say with people they're supposed to understand the difference, because people where they believe like in Weber, they really listen to you. I talk the distort and even give talk say other revolution, but you don't give no example for a revolution where you don't use the framework where you talk. I listen to you from start to finish. You know, give one example for the country where he applied which way the talk way work. So if find when we see people like them where they be dishonest, we go back for history for talk play where they come out. Because it's on talk to say fine for look play where you come out. When you understand play where you come out, now for the way you feel begin to understand the things and way you do, the who this person be, how the person be, and why the person they do it way they do them. I've one lay that foundation so that means you know how we kickstart this talk. Yeah, talk for today. I think say me and you and go take small water begin drink now. May you mash fire. Go ahead.
Thank you. Asalotuna, Mr. Paddy King, my brother UN Asalo Ouna. Ambazonians, I'm greeting. This is Watchai actually. Thanks, when I don't get patient, they listen for my brothers where they talk, we try for enlighten which way they go on. I will start from Mr. Weber. This one I will call and say prophet of doom. Yes, why prophet of doom? God, it use messengers. God can use anybody at any time because he created everything. And everything did at his own disposal. But if God tend for use you, you know, be enough, God go raise stones and he go use them. That's what the Bible talk. I say the angel of God, it be talk through Mr. Weber. But Mr. Weber no believe they be used as a vessel for send out the message for Ambazonians. But Weber says not believe say they use nae. At one point, it is shake. He say, that talk na me be talk for equinox. It is still think. He say, na me be talk that talk for equinox. He not believe. And Mr. Weber, now that set of people where he gets some category of people for inside Ambazonians where they say they be done there for last 30 years. They be done there for last 40 years where they believe say they be channel where everything get for past them. But then forget say everything get expire date. Now human when they create them, even bottle where strong so get the day where they expire. Bottles says they expire. Although you see I'm saying they expire still 100 years, but you still get expire date where it expire. So Weber, that set, that generation is still fall under generation for Bala. If you fall under generation where they still the things say if not them. If fall that generation for not them come all they learn for so one part of their life, they learn for La Republique. So them fall under that generation also for John Frundi, where he used everybody along the line is stand. I will give you so one quote, might give us one quote by John C. Maxwell about leadership. He said, are you a leader? He said, turn and see who's following you. This man, he try to tell you, say, if you be leader, where you lead, may you turn for back, may you see who them where they follow you. If you are really a leader. Look, when you be fisherman where you dey catch fish for water, you go discover, say, where you want to throw a net, you will see fish that come. You first see now one fish they come, then you see two fish, you see nets of fish they come, because the fish that they come according to their leadership. One, they lead them a long way, they go, then the rest that they follow. There must be a leader. If you look up in the sky, you see birds, where they migrate, probably moving from one place to other, they go for search for food. You see and say one leader is there for front. Then inside ship, kingdom of ship, where would you call them and say, nah, they don't get head, they don't get sense. You see and say, what would talk that parable, say, if one ship fall for water, the rest go fall. Because they follow a leader. For every society, you get a given leader. Now, you where John C. Maxwell say, are you a leader? It asks that question. He said, may you turn around, turn behind. May you see who them where they follow you if you're really the leader. The time for leadership where this man get if he don't play a part, we by part we don't expire. He was just a vessel used in this revolution at that time. I never believed. But like he on side where they be using, he was just a vessel. He on time don't fail. Frundi on time where they be using, it time be expire. And now, if you look behind Frundi, who is following Frundi? This very John C. Mark said, leaders are made, they are not born. They are made by hard effort. Leaders, now people where they be made. They're not born, but they are being made. There are some leaders that are born, but if they are born, therefore God has chosen that leader. But leaders are made. If you see inside that very Bible, what I watched as a Bible, David, though was anointed as a leader, but he began training through a course before he can be a leader. He was trained through the hard way, trained through with lion. He kill lion with your bare hands. He fight inside your bare hands. They say it be equivalent to 10,000 soldiers. He won alone. So he built himself along that road through hard effort. So people like Frundi, where they be used with for that 90s, make their money, will use them with their hands and cut. Today, they don't even get for feet. We get our mommy and papa, they be put that trust for under somebody like Frundi. It's an empty vessel. Frundi don't get anything for offer. He says don't finish. You see, I see the dance ball to dance. It don't finish. Frundi, they among that generation where they be believe say something if it come through them. But God be using that time, they go their own way, they fall apart. So they be give them that mantle for you rule Ambazonia for some certain time, but it don't expire. So he still believe himself some people they behind. Make Frundi look behind ye now, see who they behind. We, the northern zones, are not behind him. We from the southern zones, we are not behind Frundi. Nobody is behind Frundi. So he don't lost that mantle that was given to him by that given time. So that opportunity be done lost. Now you would tell and say, Mona open an eye, these guys are not still leaders. We ba it come the think, electrospective. It still think, it get memory. It think they go behind. We by they live inside box or they live inside shoe. It still thinks that day where we talk this thing for equinox. No, that angel of God where we come inside we by for talk that thing we don't live we by. Lewa is not any leader. Leader we don't play a side where if she feels say I say we go to sleep. It's just a dreamer. I say they sleep, so each say the revolution don't sleep for that number of years. No, for 6 years, each and every day, we don't lost 45,000 people. We don't lost more than 400 homes. We don't get many displaced. Village then there where ever can get people inside. So that time be don't pass. We be don't the hide for inside UK for long time. Before you don't can get paper, before you come outside. For God, the talk say, it just make that memory. It is just the talk like some years for Pillow de Bamenda and then days behind, just 79. So you get Dr. Abega, you get a person where he said the match. So if you talk say, oh, if a person not be same match for that 1979, Pillow de Bamenda for don't win that this thing, those are past. You leave your memories, you leave behind your memory. We did talk things for this generation. We did talk things now to move the revolution. We don't get modern idea. Nana Android age. The thing don't come. In those days, it was difficult to circulate news. But today, with the brink of your finger, news don't work all over Ambazonia. It don't work all over for everybody where they whatever village, whatever corner. Now for Menchum, now for Idina, now for Tico, now for which part where they for Ambazonia, just the brink of your finger, news don't go. So that generation don't pass. This generation where they fight this fight, it they very far. So we'll see how this thing today. As I tell you, say leaders are made. You, for example, we get Dr. Sako, he don't be consistent. He don't be inside that revolution for a long time. He don't the work, the build up the team, the monitor the go. So you the follow the leaders. You know the follow leaders when Yaoundé fabricate this leader. Frundi they so they don't give the right already for Yaoundé. Yaoundé they pay. If somebody they pay you as your boss, therefore that person get right over you. He can dictate your life. Frundi is being paid from Yaoundé. Most of the priests for this Catholic church or Presbyterian church, they are being paid in Yaoundé. Most of the chief or the funds, they are being paid by Yaoundé. So they be answerable to Yaoundé. Now Yaoundé create most of the home. In the days behind what will grow, governor could not governor no be fit raise his foot or put the cap in front of fund, any fund for inside Northwest, no matter a low fund on our way, there was that respect. They were invited even for their place when the nobles then die inside village. Governor that they invite them, they can't shit down inside. They became that respect. But today, common Dio or mayor, na the position, a whole fund where they rule the people, a whole fund where get thousands of people behind he. Na small one to tata man where you are on the appoint them. Now he control these people. Recently, another development. Recently, I get them for Facebook anyway. For you on the highway, the funds or the funds. No, be funds or funds. I think you don't watch yourself or you never watch yourself. I don't know. The funds are where they don't abdicate their own village. They don't desert themselves. They don't run. My broker, mommy and papa, that was abdicate me. Say you don't abandon your village. They don't shoot you with Chrisman Jagatu. The oracles, they don't shoot you with Chrisman Jagatu. You don't run. Can't station yourself from Yaoundé. Now you never Yaoundé. You talk say you want to do cleansing. that people that level they were fruit the way they were at all. Dance where Isaiah the woman share skin. That the same dance where my papa found shall be go dance, but I maybe not ignorant. From the own it do am no, he knows money to come up from government. It chop burning corn Umbia, so he understand chop burning plum Umbia. So these funds them hold the assembly go there for Yaoundé. They there for Yaoundé for a long time where they don't run their village. They don't run tradition. They don't know tradition again. Because tradition where you don't come out from your palace, you don't left your people. That very people them put you there. Because when they put you that day, they throw you stone. They shoot you or they shoot you waiting, they implant you for that place according to the culture. Put you so they don't fix you, they don't accept you. But when you don't come out, run, go hide for foreign land, you'll be fun. You are no longer that fun. And you not get truth for your mouth. Oracle where you say they can't clean land. Oracle where the Quran or what you want can clean land or wait you can't juju where you want to for cleansing. All that spiritual aspect of a libation. It function with the ancestors when you be truthful. When you do the truth. If that very people where them put you for that place, you do things where you not fine for them and they call you in order. Call you so may follow the right path, you not be able to follow the right path. You go against the ancestors. So whatever cleansing where you do, I'm saying you can't do for Yaoundé, you can't do cleansing. That cleansing cannot function because it go against you. Where you want there for do cleansing, you want there for foreign land, you there for La Republique. La Republique is a different country, and Bazonia is a different country. You say our Pekin they go die because they don't carry weapon, they don't do this one. They don't carry weapons, stand for Yaoundé. If you want another one way, mayor for Sodom and Gomorrah, Christopher Anu, if they bring him, say, he go take the war, go for Yaoundé for your own camp, for that meeting group. I never see meeting. If you enter your boss with your meeting group for go Yaoundé, that one is your problem. Say, you want to take the war, go Yaoundé, we not get
everyone. Don't talk about fun the way. I know I'm more rush for this fun because we'll get 1 hour again for talk. Ambazonia people, I know so when they're awake, they wonderful, they could watch it till midnight from Ambazonia. Now, before we want complete, we'll get about 4 videos we want to watch. I want to watch this video for chief them and fund them. We not betray them. Ma call na betrayer them. Na traitor them. When I hear them, say never me never we talk people say what they just talk. They want to be just talk what we talk. Nothing will happen. Una see am.
The region. And woe unto any person or group of persons who will regard this cleansing as a joke. We are going to send our ancestors behind you, and you know the consequences. The enemies of the Northwest are hereby called upon to respond positively to any funder where they are when the cleansing is going on. This cleansing is going to start at the regional level, where we will curses on those who take up guns, admonish everything violent against the state of Cameroon. We curse them and they will remain a curse. And we call on the elite, particularly, not to respond nonchalantly, but to take it seriously, as their fathers will pronounce the curses from the ancestors to whoever opposes or takes it as a joke. So we call on the fund of Amba.
Members of the House of Chiefs who have a communication on one of the major projects.
The people of the Northwest, what we have decided.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Distinguished honorable members of the members of the Regional House, Your Excellency, the Governor of the Northwest Region, and the highly venerated President of the House of Chiefs, I extend my regards to all of you. We sat in a collegial manner yesterday and came up with some items that are needed for this cleansing. So we estimated the unit price per items, but we were not certain because of fluctuations of prices in the market. So I will read the items which are required for this cleansing. Meanwhile, we will be looking for a certain for a particular unit price of the item. After that, we will officially submit the list to this venerated house. So I will enumerate the items that are required. General items needed for the cleansing as per the traditions of the grass field. Items number 1, we need goats. Items number 2, we need fowls. Item number 3, we need palm oil. Item number 4, we need palm wine. Item number 5, we need salt. Item number 6, we need hot alakata pepper. Item number 7, we need honey, specifically from Oku. Item number 8, we need castor oil. You all know castor oil. Item number 9, we need manyanga oil. And then we need transport and motivation for traditional rulers that will be involved in this activity. So these are the items that we need for this cleansing. And honorable members, we should not take it for a joke. I think that if this cleansing is being done, it's going to help us rekindle peace in this our beloved region. So we should not, and I'm very convinced that after the cleansing is being done, we are going to enjoy lasting peace in this region. Thank you.
You want me to come in?
Before we come in, I almost broke this scene and when I listened to this because you see witchcraft practice in broad daylight. And also Ochiba get a slightly different opinion with me on this. When you see edges on edges, it starts with Angwafo. Where Angwafo categorically defy the fabric of the Mancon fandom for Star Salot Shantabia Wehan. So when we talk about protecting traditions and cultures, the so-called funds and chiefs themselves have defied the shrines and the sacred or sacred places of the people. And this is nothing less than what you call aggression. This is a defiance of who we are as a people, an aggression, a despise of the people. Because traditional ruler means a person we hear David down, we listen to the people. In a wider way, they feel easily rule or through them. So my opinion, when I contest them, no problem. We talk for here. My opinion will be taken out away. When I throw the opinion, when I take me. Now somebody just dissolve anything with they call and chief of fun. We'll just need to get a new type of traditional leadership where I would think say it could be either the restoration forces, and they will be custodians of the traditions, so that because when you fight an aggressive colonizer like La République du Cameroon, this is a strategic move against our genuine cause. That means they understand that we are now having LGA by LGAs. And then they fabricate a house of chiefs, they are all enablers. Look at the chief standing to talk about cleansing for those who have picked up arms against the state. But the so-called chief didn't talk about gendarmes with the pickings of fire and red oil. This particular chief did for the very land where they born me at the grow the way. We don't go through suffering for gendarmes. They never ever talk about. When Pobia can shoot people for Bamenda with iron bullet, the chief no see and say they get to cleanse land. They want to go practice witchcraft. All me and Una will before grow a village. The one a witchcraft they want to practice them now. So they pass days. They want to practice them. You hear where they talk. Say they want to cleanse land. They want to curse the land or they want to cleanse the land. So my opinion, we say, if the chiefs they not be ready for really stand up for listen to their people, then because if you see like they catch the phone on so, it's stand look camera still denying people support na phobia. Let me phone again that. If you cannot respect tradition for so why do you keep him? Because it already defy every. Last week we drive boy. We'll go into the traditions of boy. It is unheard of for boy land. You go to they call them head for compound. They call them they get the particular name they call them fire. A fire not even enter politics anyhow or get to some extent way to level the way you do withhold the tradition for the land. These guys are no longer traditional rulers. So I don't even like to call them we are traditional rulers. No, Pobia's traditional rulers. We need to own traditional rulers if the office of traditional rulers is supposed to still exist. Because this is witchcraft.
Yeah, let me come in.
Yes,
yeah,
come in first.
Let me come in before my brother UN will come in. This is what I call Nyongo. When you eat with devil, then you are a devil. They have been eating from the table of La République for a long time. Another name I will give them for this chief, these guys are DDR funds or chiefs. They are found in DDR. That's not Ambazonia. That's not Southern Cameroons. They are found in DDR. If they are locked up in Yaoundé, so what do they want to do? What do you want to do before they enter Ambazonia? They call them and say DDR chiefs of funds. It did the same like the DDR fake Amba boys, where they go there, they put them, they feed them, or they don't even feed them. So this chief then too are the same. The DDR funds. They just put them for Yaoundé, they confine them, they put them. They are locked up. They not go inside their village. They not go back home. They not get no power. That we would talk about the tradition. I don't first talk say we deal with rituals. We deal with libations. We deal with ancestors. So if this thing the way to go, you take mimbo, go through our head. You take fire, go kill them. You take blood for animal, go put on our head. This one not today is start. It don't start now for generation. Bible can never replace our system of culture. Bible na Bible. It never reflect our gods. a system of culture don't always be there. They not be bad. They never kill nobody. This culture, they tell you, say, how to live, how to respect, how to live in a society, obedience, how you obey rules, how you follow, how you respect your fellow countryman, you love your neighbor, everything, all those things are the same thing compared to the Bible. He never tell you nothing bad. Let nobody fool you. These guys, if they don't leave their village already, cross can look for foreign land, then they don't lose that power. They don't get the ability to command the oracles or command any rituals or do any libation. They don't get them. You hear this guy for DDR, I call them DDR chiefs of funds. He talks, say, he be convinced. Look, it just like they say, do you believe? Do you believe in Christ? Do you believe? You believe for something where you don't know him. You believe something, you don't believe something where you don't know him. Because you don't know him, now why they ask you, say, do you believe? They never ask you, say, do you believe this is your mother or father? They don't even ask that question because definitely that's your mother and her father. You don't need to ask me because I come from them. So this question, this guy, they say, he be convinced, say, that till they go walk up, you're correct. And see what they talk will ring them for a finger all through. So this one are political chiefs. They don't get anything to do with our culture. They will not even know these ones. Last time around, there was one fund where it be died somewhere, a fund for which one be died. Where army they be take them for Kamba, that a B they become, then they open them, they show you die body, high day. You will see the last time where you get bad them to be die, they throw them for down for mortuary, they open you die body, whatever is up. All of the way they just wanna die people. You know, they not say they not do that very culture because other one become way and come baby come on. If you do that thing, some group be there where they try to do that thing. The ancestors slap them all because they know so with the truth. They don't even go home for stay. That religion, they don't sell them. I mean, the culture, our tradition, they don't really sell them for Yaoundé. They don't sell them from beer. If they the whole hand, with culture, they say the fund cannot greet woman where it they under a moon or it they under period where it not be clean. So that one they say, if it go in front of fund that climb. That's why they say generally the woman no go salon because you know which time where it they under that kind situation, under a menses or under that kind period. Period. If it go or you see moon, if it go in front of Chico, open your hands salute. That's how the culture there, because now it get power where it defy the fund. So in go for ways salute that be a woman hand, it don't defy that religion. It not still be that one not be that's now what I call a sacred or I call English now. So you don't spoil everything. So no power, you know get them. I be get one politician Gole where he talks say they will use any tool inside their toolbox for say then kill we Ambazonians for send them for them La Republique. This very fund of funds, another year one day they cry say they don't kill 45,000 people. Another year one day they talk the reason where they come on run can Yaoundé. They say they will take people where they defend themselves. We then Ambazonia. So we know the La Republique, no libation, not there inside La Republique, pour for air a function inside Ambazonia. Even then, when they come on go back, it cannot function because the God not still recognize their voice. Our God can deal with voice, they deal with image and be sensitive, they deal with the culture. So anything where this people come on go, we don't rule them out. So they not still be. I just call them say these ones are they call them the prophets of doms. Then this way, then they inside they try to do incantation for get money out from that La Republique. Made them go back for DT. They then a DTR no, bro. You and when I take and talk, the one and then I
me you and take the matter.
Well, thank you plenty. Say Chinua Achebe, if you don't write down for a book, The Arrow of God, it talks say white man it dey like hot collars where it all come for take and put them in between things the way they be hold us together. You will see even that people them that blaspheme them, all these people where they be do even chance shoot the way they be passion. They put colors for fire, a hot plenty, a red, and then they take an IU where they will use them for separate for cut them. So the white man it come like a hot knife with the religion and all things for can spoil we own African traditional cultural heritage, we own religious heritage. And are you will continue with these neo-colonialists and all these people then. So If you see La Republique, the issue where we face them today, traditionally, we chiefs them, they be get people where they be for moral high standards. You nobody see them. Some places they nobody even hear their voices. They will get a protocol before you go meet up them. Even the time where Ayijo, you want to go meet up the fund for Oku and the other ones them, he say me they can't meet up. He say me they come for their palaces and he go for them, and we respect them. And we understand see chieftaincy that way it be hereditary. They come up from the royal family. Where I been a patrilineal, matrilineal, where it get for be for day. But now this La Republique people and the rest, they don't come now, they impose their own chiefs them. They go to put chiefs them, paper them, where they go use them for sell with land. If you go for southern zone, for example, they don't go create plenty chiefs them for different villages, the people where they don't even know them. Only because they want to use them for sell their lands and for do everything the way it did. If you look carefully, even for all of southern Cameroons, we get chieftaincy crisis for more than 200 villages as a result of the fact the colonialists, Yaoundé, they want to try for impose them where they will embrace CPDM and their agenda and for them, for sell us. And they try for politicize the chieftaincy and all these kind of things. Now, it don't make them with people. They don't be brainwashed. We chiefs them. They collaborate with divisional officers and whosoever for the fight against their own people. Fight against their own people. Yes. They don't talk say that they want to go to make sacrifices for the clean ground and for fight against their pigindom. And they begin them. Whosoever, and often know how many of those chiefs and therefore they were not legitimate chiefs them, because if it been a self-imposed people or that kind of CPDM chiefs the way they go take and go put them. I don't see what way it be wrong. See, a chief it will come for day it be as a result. See, ye papa will be chief or different people. It will keep a village, it will keep land, it will keep a population, it will keep culture. If we keep all those things for them, then it go for up. Some person it can't seize those things them. Then you begin that they wake up for up. They say they want to fight for take back those things them from the thief person where they can't thief the things them. Then the chief if we can't talk say no, he would fight. He picking them because they want to fight for take where it belong to them. We been all here sometimes in the 90s. They be talk say they be go for Oku, or not for Oku, not for outside or for come, they go tip up for come for the something for the they can't go for America, or not for America, or not for outside. So if they be tip that thing come for America, then they paper them, they rally themselves, say they want fight or they want revindicate, say me America bring back that for come. Then now only a dull chief it will wake up for up they can fight tomorrow. Talk say why did they fight for bring Afua come for back? And the good thing I say they will bring them for the invaders them, foreigners them, they don't can enter for one land. The land where you be a chief, now you will pick ground for there you chop them. For sure say now say my papa and mommy them be tell we say now we village and we say now for here band they come out. We will pick ground for there we chop. On a tradition, everything, invaders, they don't come for destroy those things them. Then your own village picking them, or may say the chief king makers and the rest, they they stand up for fight against those people, for redress the situation so that make you be fine. Then you can't deny. Make any chief where it talks say it did for southern Cameroons. Me it go for bush. It go see what they call and say soldier ant. That ants them. That ants the way they bite. They get hole where they come up for day. They get their queen where it is shown for inside day. What a queen on a king. When you dig them, you can't go for day. You will see all of them they mobilize for can't attack you because they don't want to say me you go attack their king. Me you go attack them. They don't want to say me you can't trespass for their environment. They don't want to say you can't take their resources and everything the way it did it. Even a cow, where cow a born, if you want to go attack it begin, it can't attack you. All those things them. Then you will go see some people and they go stand for up there, begin talk say in the name of the chiefs and all those things them. Now, the problem I say, who say you want to go take decision, say you want to go cleanse your chieftaincy. You go take an for white man a house for a neutral ground, or you take an for palace. You go for if a natural disaster, something it happen. You go for palace. You will take your grandpa, their chief, their corps them, and everything them, and the Ngumba people them, all everybody they will come down with the kingmakers them. Now a collective action where when they take them for talk say this thing don't happen when I get hunger for village or people that over die or this thing overdo so. We want appease our ancestors for tell them say why this thing they happen so now so it happen so. And most often those things the way they go do them, even the common person inside village, even the common person inside the other village, know which way wanna go do them. Because the moment where they know which way wanna go do them, they will come now, can't spoil on our own tradition. It will make wanna be vulnerable and it will make wanna be bad. That is the reason why you will see some unscrupulous people, they go for inside television, go talk, say, if they want to do so, they will go carry goat, they will go carry honey, they will go carry this, go carry this. You reveal your secret them to the enemy, reveal your secret them for the other people them. If you go even now for Oku, if you go for every family get your own secret and all kinds of secret them. Where when they want to go carry out all those rights, the family rights them, they not tell una for outside the way to way they want go take them for use and with them. Yes, you know we tell some person say someone get this kind of magic, and the person know now say I will use this magic, and the person know now say I will use palm oil put off my hand, I will do them so it will spoil. Then you take them outside they come. That is what you will call and say now total La Republic infiltrators. Like how will you be see Ayaba? You can go for TV5 where you people them, you boys them. Today not still get no boys them. You can't go to talk say Odeshi na so they use this one and so they use this one so. You don't reveal your strength to anybody. Every time we play ball for primary school, they say they go make mungang. You know, go carry a mungang, go talk for the other person, say na so it is. And you want to tell Amazonia people them and the Southern Cameroonians them in general say these chiefs that they don't represent you. Chief enough go for chief for Meta enough go for Bamenda. He go talk say you want evoke something for about the culture for protect the land. You talk for which land? You there for Mezam or you there for Meta land? You know if you go to talk for that land for day and not before camera where they go talk all those things them. So this thing that not go work now only for intimidate people. We be right here so 1 year or two ago. We be here, you go achieve them, they go down for Ndu, wait till it happen. They go down for Manu, wait till it happen. Nothing, it not be happen for they. So all those things that mean some people are not come for they can't talk something. We be here, it came Patrick, if you don't go even for a go to people them, you go take that medicine away for Biasasa, it take them. Where they go, they put it for some cheer them, so they talk, say the diseases, wait till it happen. No maybe die too, if it so die. So Amazonia people, time don't correct where every LGA, every village, when I go for stand up and make sure say when I see I say the chief the way they did for when I villages them. Now the rightful chiefs them, not in a CPD imposed chiefs the people the way they don't get you at heart, people the way they come for go take on a land and culture, go sell them. When I don't see a woman when a chief, they go blog road for senior divisional officer, when the chief them, they work and stand for their own people. When I never see a window people them. They carry their own picking them. They talk say they want to go fight against their own picking them because probably never fix their village, they never do so whatsoever. When they are picking, they want to go strike. Family go for them, they carry money, go jam for them. Now only we Anglo fools them where will they come for here, so we can't begin to beat them. Then they talk say even you are picking do bad, you beat you with right hand, you take it with left hand, put that for inside house, and then you go carry people the way they call say they beat themselves, they beat chiefs them and whatsoever they begin to talk.
But you get chief, my brother, so-called chief them way, they connive with the oppressor. The chief them don't all of a sudden forget baby tato. They don't forget their people who don't die. Now this same chief then don't suddenly purported chief because like you talk, they don't represent we. And I think say with the people of Ambazonia and probably southern Cameroons go learn for detached emotional thinking during a time of war from rational thinking. Because when you get, even when the fun of Boy be arrested, there was a divide within the county of Boy. That means every Boy be acknowledged that this fun is a traitor. This fun is actually giving intelligence for the oppressor for key Boy picking them. But the arrestee, you still get people where they vex. The people are not vexed because they be happy. Say this is fun. But they actually kill the people. The people vex because of their emotional attachment with their tradition. But we know if we make progress for tradition, way they like that one. Because even anthropology, it defines culture and tradition as a way where people they live for a particular period of time. We mean say, you cannot translate the hypocrisy and betrayal of the current forms into the next generation. You need to take a categoric move against them. They are not supposed to officiate in the same Gumba houses. It will not be possible if you are ready for freedom. You've got to separate your emotion from the betrayal of these forms. Your culture.
Director.
Yeah, go ahead.
May I just add some small thing for you? When they be catch the fund for so, I'm not check say the saw people they be divided. People them where they be against now the CPDM infiltrators, these contractors, the ADF people, they shake up with them. All these people where they not get no soldier for down. Now CPDM where they work with Atanji boy, the way they work a cash frundi then take money, take up cash a mundi take money. All those people them, all these coup plotters and the ADF people, they are not fighting for Ambazonia. Now CPDM people them in disguise where they come for them. What are the warriors and whatsoever? Those are CPDM. War there for home front between Ambazonia Restoration Forces and La Republique. A day between the interim government and La Republique government. A day between Ambazonia and La Republique. Anybody fighting against the interim government, anybody fighting against ARF, all of them are CPDM infiltrators where they don't implant them. Be Igbo have become the Chris and them. Whosoever, all of them combined. Not all of them that way they get for B, so we get for B straight for here. They do not have forces, and that is why they go and punish our people. They put illegal lockdown and begin to punish our people, kidnap our people,
So
killing our people.
I thank you for that distinction where you don't make them. So you wait till you try for talk. Be say any. I want to add my own more for them. Maybe I want to amplify them now for conscientize people where they know for the CPDM gang, but where they still get that inclination. I try for talk. Wait till I try for talk. Be say at any time when they want to sanction a traitor, you try for bring emotional blackmail for stop people because in a phone or a chief, you are actually helping the prosecutor or the oppressor against your people. Because the phone on SOP right now, I'm highlighting him because he won't be categorical. He don't talk of a camera. He's an oppressor. He is a defier of the traditions and culture of Boy. Boy people should also look at with honesty. I heard the other day, I know one more go into that talk today because it go long plenty. Cho Ayaba, the talk say, it go serve moja he had for plate. Say that say the mistake we make of a mundi, you know, ever make them again. So he try for make a made, then like say, wait where he be do your mundi na who knows in a cinema. I hope say he go come for talk say Shekavi and this other one we been a comedian will not wait with their name. I hope say he go come for talk say their opinion tell them be cash form also not correct. Because the fund right now they actually instruct Yaoundé for key own people.
They will cash from the two. They will cash from the two, they live up.
Yes, the cash from the liver.
if I come inside, all of these leaders, they don't say may they kill all the Pekin them, all the youth them for northern zone, southern zone where they be against them. All of these leaders don't give the go ahead for B. They give for if the how many on now 1 million youths, then they made them butcher them all. That's the command for Frundi. That's the
So the
command
leader, they
for
don't give. I
all of
want
them.
you to talk that point again. Talk them again. So if you
Come
hear
again
this
back.
one, chief, they talk them. They don't give order. Say me, they actually kill their picking them. Go ahead. Now
Yeah,
the killer
that
they
one
talk.
be certain. That one we understand. If I come again for all these guys where they help Yaounde, because we get that team act where get some people and they way like John Ba Akoro where the claim say he be president for consortium. Where I understand my own head now say the consortium be don't turn to this interim government where would they inside. There is nothing like consortium. And I hear one day he cannot be president. I don't know which group where they count about. He get another leaders and say that group they talk say they be women affair. Say the name are for women. We get another group like we get a man like Bohabet, where you know say you don't get absolutely anything. You get all of them, John Akwanga. Most of these leaders inside the way they go bring always problem where something won't happen. Where like if you and one stand for position, some country one start for position, the one listen to us. You get all these leaders where they always come behind for can create some confusion. These very people or the whole meeting with the enemy for come up. These very people them then they're against us because they hinder the movement, they hinder our success for one way or the other. They give the enemy upper hand. So if you even see this one, you talk say Celine Dion, Prime Minister, those people are they not be Ambazonians. These guys are no
My
longer
brother,
Ambazonians.
I want make we, I want more yes more talk with this head boy for governor talk and they will begin comment. I want as Ambazonia people to hear we. And I like it pigeon. I don't go back for the talk because I listen them. Yes, they vex me. I say, "Man, will use them." Like one of the things, and before they enter for and not for annus, and they will conclude the program. I want more hear to where this head boy talk, so that you really hear the vex for the talk. You say them, then understand why we will
get with these boys. Me, they take over this responsibility. True. This thing, not been a government thing. People they there for Douala, for Bafoussam, for Garoua, and me, I don't travel for all those places. Each place I go, I see Anglophone community. I will go for some town for far north. I enter the town, I see Nama Oroko people, they can't receive me with drums. I ask them, hey, what should I do here? They say, oh no, we will do here with the plant we am. For Yagua. I say, well, they say, no, we run with side. We don't come here. And they contribute for the economy of the other regions. There plenty for cocoa farms for central region. There plenty for cocoa farms for south. There plenty for cocoa farms everywhere else. But our own cocoa, it is rotten, it is die. So this problem, not be government problem only. Now everybody be involved.
Okay, when I hear the wayo with this man talk, I want to enter for this one because with the link come again, now that emotional, now what you call as emotional blackmail. You see, Celine Dion Gute, because she don't, I like, the man talk fine pidgin, he talk better pidgin. You really see, I say, La République du Cameroon, they employ good strategy because what he do, he try to make me be like, way for conscientize people, may they rise up against this movement by saying, say, oh man, they go for Garoua. Ambazonians or Southern Cameroonians no start go for diaspora now today over Garoua, over Gaundary. Make a good example. After independence, how it happened? Say university within Yaoundé, one. Now after how many years? We Boyage University. After close to 4 decades. Now me say more than 40 years before Boyage University. Bamenda Joge University in Nova State and Bamenda Popila. I left that one for one side. Better work for industry them. When the one talk say find work, be then have a Douala and Yaoundé. When you look primitive people like Bulu people, now primitive people. We want to talk about Anglo-Saxon. You look Douala people, now primitive people. You understand? You look Anglo-Saxon man, maybe civilized man. But what they try for do? They will make and we will know. We know say this so mbeng. They will call them mbeng. Ngola. They will give them some hyping. Take local Betty country dance. When Bagalum find pass up. Morning Kim find pass up. They put them on television. Tell we say we own what they are fine. So it will be a privilege. You will want to go Douala for like we get on Koe de Douala. We want to go Douala. They say that's a prestige. Ha! When you go Douala, go talk come back. You know you even talk French fine. If you want me all get a quarter star salary, you just talk now always French. They call it cultural genocide. Terrible thing. So they don't already what they call them say what you call them migration, urban migration. They be urbanized. Gariwa became university. People want go school. Then they come up for Furawa village. Come on go for Garawa for French Cameroon. Now one get small teachers training. They carry another one go put up a Gaundere. How many Anglophones go study for Gaundere? So Diongute, this talk what it talks now for you. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of Saudi Cameroonians. They will migrate for many reasons: economic, educational, within the Cameroons and out of the Cameroons. Go for Equatorial Guinea before this war start. Celine Dion, I don't go for Cameroon. Get the two Cameroons put together, get close to people who know me. They know say which I tell you not correct thing. They get close to 300 and 64 ethnic communities. Me, I don't visit if it's small, now at least 300 for inside the Cameroons. I don't go for all country for Central Africa. I don't go for all country for West Africa. I don't go for almost all country for North Africa. I don't go for South Africa. You go for all that place before the war one start. But man, that people they plenty where they work farm. They don't get different. Someone there. I go for some village for North. For North, where I drive for night and not believe my eye. I want to go reach today. As I talk my French, now some I was a gay here. For this village where this man where they prison now where for CRTV. Did it now. Now some I was a gay here say Amba Menda. Attends, j'appelle ton frère Amba Menda. And they call some boy, they call that boy Cletus. That boy don't stay for that village. They get family. And then it show me, it say they get contributing. You look the village, my brother. You ask yourself, what happened? How it happened? You understand? So we'll start come out for country, the waka waka. Look our community in terms of population and French Cameroon. Look at the Anglophone population only in America is appalling. So what Diongute want talk? So that would ABC Amba team will try to correct this thing. Make una people will watch. Me no can fool na. Say na the war make Amazonian in trouble. They want try for cut. They use people like Weber for cut off diaspora because they know the strength where the diasporic community get up. Yes. If diaspora not there, Pobia he and France feel rap all now when they Cameroon now. They no do am call the Luca. They feel rap all now for one night. Smoke una all disappear. They shot on the internet. Na diaspora force they bring them back. So una no never made this one way they don't go give Betty woman. He don't marry Pobia his sister. So if you look at now lost, now that kind of way picking the bonum. Then they talk saying a lost country. Dishonesty. True, not if a talk way. John go to talk. When I go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, may I just add something before what check come for them? Now what you will call and say people that be intellectually dishonest and they manipulate people. If John Gute know what they call and say the the principles them where they govern diffusion and osmosis, enough for they make that statement. If he believe say if he na prime minister for La République, where they believe say La République now one and indivisible, and where they believe say any mafia stay for any place. Why would the questioner say people them they don't come up for a village, they go for North Cameroon, for go to Sudan for them? Why would the questioner? And like you talk, now since where they come out, they go for the. And now this kind of people, where they talk say they cross bridge, they chakara the bridge, so that means different man not crossing. The way they talk, it be like saying as until it be recently, and when you don't be like prime minister, he come out, he go there, he go see his country people for day. Then he be surprised. It therefore means say, he not even be fit for be a prime minister. Because he don't connect with your own people, your local population. It not be mean and say he go for must come out, he go for different place for North or for Nigeria or everywhere. Before he knows say people from Jan they run for a war, and they run for war. If he be connected to your people, they go for your village every month or every 2 weeks or whatsoever. If you know say something it happen for them. Now, he don't even talk say people and don't come out they run they go for them. He don't know say people their movement where they go for that side. Now because not just a reaction because there was an action. Because they be shoot gun, because they declare war on them, because they be talk say be they come out, they leave they come out, they leave land, they go for any place. They call the cockroaches and dogs. Now why are the people and now they come out? So why not we ask the people say why wanna run on a village? Even if you go meet them for Garwa or for Marwa, if you ask them for them, say, why wanna run on a village? Where do you make mold? Where do you make
Ochiba, at least all we will be the commot, even person where they Boya University, or you be the Nangwa Kele on a Yaounde too. We want travel through Makenene or all these places. Them. Now what they say body planting and blood. You do think say na few Bamenda people. One of those we Bamenda people them na them get Makenene. You understand what I talk? How Bamenda people come out go stay for them? What happen? How it take happen? You take roadways people record mama me them be talk say them mama me be na get we be na get for Jindo. If the Grand Gary for Jindo, work our food for Monkey Road. You want be the next morning day Victoria and the said Gary. But we time the way to come up Bamenda. You know you prefer one rich boya. It come up for night, like for evening. It won't be with food. It won't be morning time day boya. How come they don't feel rehabilitate that road today? The road not feel be rehabilitated. You get to pass go through Makerene, for where side they call Amarana Littoral West Province.
Yeah.
There you enter before you can turn. Enter the east side. So it will be a calculated attempt. So make try me like you see like Munzo coming on talk about people today. Who responsibility now for try for enlightening people, may they understand the origin for these things. I mean, they also will never generation where the people are. They talk about people. You get the other one, Naive Prime Minister now can talk on about people they don't migrate because of war. Thief. How many thousand? Not true. So we get 2 million people we don't come out of war. But we get a diasporic community where we already passed that 2 million. Will be displaced before this war. How they be displaced? Now question that.
They call us deflection. They call us deflection. They call us deflection. Now, why now you see, for example, the rock come today, I don't see for some newspaper, they can lie, we say, oh, they want to go make rehabilitate Tico airport. So that people will say, oh, they don't start to do so. Only ring roadway, they don't make up for it now 40 years. Okay. If they even rehabilitate the Tico airport, what will happen for the Tico airport and what you guarantee say they will rehabilitate today, it won't be the next year, the local can move on for day. So people are not beginning to fall tricky for all these kind of things, all these politicians, they can't talk for a year. We want our country by ourselves for peace, we own things them.
So when I hear you and talk, make no man no fortune. Watch I put your mob smoke, then they make her enter.
Yeah, ma come inside. As soon as I don't talk so now, the same something way there. These people always use so now when they don't know, they get one motive, they get one how way they operate. Now lies telling. I will come back for this one as selling John Gute. He say come out if you know that tribe for Nigeria, I can say Biu. If you know Irobo people, then you hear he talk say come on Robo. You know all these border town picking them. I personally no believe say this Jongute na we Southern Cameroonian. Now that kind picking the way na border picking way papa fi come out any side. And if he grow inside their compound, if papa come out inside, a mommy come out this side. Now one that I believe for this very guy. This guy no low Cameroonian. All of you taunted people, they get small skin like this very man. When I talk, this selling John way Mare Yaounde. He there for border town. He don't sell the politics. He just answer and name say he's Southern Cameroonian. He's not any Southern Cameroonian. A Southern Cameroonian not go talk one day for 45,000 people where they don't die. Villages where they don't erase them. Mami the way they there, woman where they inside forest, they inside bush, they use na leaf as a sanitary paper. We the talk so the villages where them be deserted, them born, the ego can't claim say ego. Where it concern a Southern Cameroon with La Republique. You the talk two different cases. If we go to towns like Victoria, you go for Tico, you go for Kumba, you go for Bakassi. How many Nigerians then fool this town? The whole these towns and Nigerians then fool this place. Tico, you don't see population of Tico. All business at one point they be whole am. Now let there be day. At one point where it become for Bamenda main market in the days behind. In those days, those 80s or 70s, you be get more Nigerian people that be flop inside the market, even more than even Southern Cameroon. So those late 70s, now they be there inside. What we see them now Nigerians that be flop inside. You want come for Tico market, now they be flop inside. So what you talk? What it concern we with the boundary? What it concern we the talk? We not argue anything for La Republique. If you stay, who say you want stay for this world? It just be as you come for diaspora. It just be as you go for Spain, you get more. You go in Nigeria, some country they this world where Nigeria not the inside. Some country they this world to do with Chinese people not the inside. More will forget where the prime minister talk. That one they talk na normal thing. Everybody where they run war for a country go run war. All of them be can't say if you not come out will kill now the people get for run. So we will not consent that one. Whoever can go anywhere we want feed the family, he can go anywhere where he find some greener pasture, he find something where he be enough for feeding that moment. Just as diaspora there, everybody the wrong go side way if he go. But he not be truthful. This man not be truthful because he never ever tell una one truth. The other one of a sell una forget the interest, forget the position. I be used to ask you one question, say, if the Bamida they fight for get a leadership for Dada La Republique du Cameroon. If the Northerners are fighting to lead that Cameroon, I never hear one of them, a part of the one who does not believe in himself about Bala, they talk saying a time for them for Anglophone. None of the Nafi campaign, they up there. The Nafi campaign say, we don't tire for be boy for this one country, maybe we self be something. He Jongute be na wo. You know if he take any decision. This Orobo on a way to on a bio man. At the time, I not even confirm 100% say this guy they say come on for that guy. Yes, he come on that side because the border picking, they don't know who side be. That's why if he don't marry for Yaounde. So if he that kind picking way, if he does the fly the butterfly, he go any side, not maybe village. He don't get time. Even road not there even for go. Road there for go a village, he don't get no road. These are one of the people who do not get any development inside their own village where they claim say come on for that village. If he come on inside that village, or even get some
that one a big disgrace. You understand? Now the biggest disgrace where you no get road. Now so Ngole no fit go for a village.
The very chief where they talk, they not get road for go Bamenda. Inside Bamenda town, all road don't scatter. They promise the ring road more than 40 years. We never see any development. All caterpillars when they get them for PWD, they don't transfer and go around. These people don't even get mouth. They're shameless. They lack something to say. May they stop distracting people.
So you see some problems. So until the way I see some videos on place now. Madam Endele share this video with me. Find plenty. I want more listener. Link campus on story. We'll get now 14 minutes for them for this place. We'll go. And Madam Endele give for me then links on story. Well, one more na hear this thing. We will link campus on story. We Ambazonia and they go wonder why we never talk plenty today. But we will link up when I hear to where this man talk. He talk fine. na better grammar maybe na raka na the talk for quarter we put it woke up talk say
one of Africa's biggest cancers is that
una yet where the man talk
biggest cancers is that Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, your ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt. And then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Okay, una no yera. Never me talk. The man say we elect clowns. Okay, una hear the one. Maybe I don't talk as I talk for una. I talk say never me I do the thing because as I be just as I see na here play. So the other clown way the claim say they don't wait until now yes and nine job that they ask details for their election. They no publish details. We no know man we vote. Louis a tongue with them. They don't she don't why.
They don't agree me you talk am.
Yeah, nobody freeze.
Nobody freeze. They know what me talk am. They know what me talk the story where one talk am. Mr. UN, if you think I go ahead more, no.
No, it was sort of talk. Yeah, I don't understand which way they don't talk for this. Say they vote people where they not build anything. And they vote clowns them. That talk so now what child get for talk plenty for that one. That talk where you talk say anytime where Christopher he talk something it is spoiled. Everything it is spoiled. Radio is spoiled. This one is spoiled. This one is spoiled. So now they expect that they still go vote you take say something good it will come. May I just talk something for you where it be I listen for some you know?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I listen for some audio where Uncle B he talk how their defunct restoration council it be a rock, say it all come to stay and say that they give power for presidents and when they take the power the president they complain. But what you Uncle B fair for understand I say even though they don't stay for America for so many years, you know no say nominal legislature they give power for a president. Power for president they come for the electorates, people where they vote, and the next person where will intervene for the now the judiciary where they swear in the president. So now the two way Uncle B you know that one. So if you talk say the defunct restoration council come to stay, who be put you for day? Now people and they get power they put you for day, and the same people they recall you from that place. Say me you come out. Then you still wake up, you deny, you say you go. Now, if they give mandate, say they give mandate for president, wait to be their own mandate. Wait to be their own mandate. Okay, they talk constitution, no be talk about elections. They don't we call they go to make fraudulent elections. They not even
when I see to it Bangwa people do me. They cut me off air, they just cut me off. Now,
yeah, we know. They not even make constitutional revision for include elections for day. If they be claim say they be give 2 years for President Sako and where no be bid for constitution, how then they become go give now 4 months for Marianta? And which clause inside the constitution it talks to me they give now 3 years for Chris Anu?
How so it come out? You know, so would even give a lot of credence for talk about this thing. How they do come up for 2 to 3 years? You see now, when I just talk, I get a lot for talk for this matter. Just go ahead.
You see,
before
talking about this guy, there is nothing even to talk about this guy. This appointee from La République, because everything they show say appointee. Everything they show say an appointee for La République. This guy actually, as I tell you now, it disgrace Bangwa people. It disgrace Lebialem people. This very man is now really some other level. Now clown, as this guy they call and say a clown. Somebody where you no get no prospect, you know, we understand what they. I follow an interview way for VOA, I think so. For the African channel, it claim say that only one president there and he be the president. They don't elect he, I see the body. Is this guy? If I talk something about this guy, because I don't move plenty audio about it, I talk something of this guy now for promote it. I beg, wanna take it from me because there is nothing I can talk about that clown. They don't shoot you. I think ambassadors don't shoot you, Chris Manjakatu. And there is nothing to talk about that guy. Now, La Republic man. I bet when I take the mic, they talk.
You don't finish talks or small talk for them because I want to add something. If you don't finish, I will talk some talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Now I want me Ambazonian people as well to listen. The Bangla people don't make them, I don't come back. I don't like something will happen with my image. So as I fix them, I want to fix some small thing for them. The novi pass me for the matter. Okay. As he get as he be. This same man, we don't program himself. We tell people last year say this guy be get one objective when he be start or he talk here go left, talk go right. They bring all solution. The core anus that we start a quarrel against Madam Aringwa. The callie say make it come for solution. They propose all solution that man deny. All kinds of solution. They bring even pastor. Say me the pastor reconcile he and Dr. Sako is deny. According to him, they assume say Dr. Sako they get some salary. So if you don't the program itself. And away the program itself, they always talk so that. But now we come and tell they give money. He says they give money for struggle. I don't know play or get money. When I hear the one,
that's not.
Now he says talk. When I hear him fine. When I hear before we conclude it.
If the money is there, let the leader receive a stipend. If the money is there, I will take it. I will take it. You can take this to the bank because I have to raise the money. You cannot say you are a leader, you have no ability to raise money, but you want to be paid. That should never happen. If the money is there, if the leader has the ability to raise the funds, he should be compensated for his stipend because, listen, the reason why we are able to offer some of these services, ladies and gentlemen.
No, correct, so we'll not even go far. He said you can take it to the bank. And the Amazonian people take up a bank. We take and put up a bank, put up a saving account. We took it to the bank. We took into consideration that he has stolen a lot of money, a lot of money. I cannot enumerate them now. And then right now we took it to the bank that he was programmed. He says, I will take it. You see the arrogance where he talk. So it really, so you understand why he fight for being president. And then you don't get
Director, may I talk something for you small? You see, say
no, go ahead.
Now the same person this, it don't can talk for you plenty times them. Say they not pay no man for this struggle. Say now just volunteer job where they do them. And this statement where he talk for you say if the money they he could take them. Now it's psychological weakness and for your part, and then it be an advantage for La Republic for no say this person can be bought. If person don't talk say they give money, would take them. It therefore shows say if they go with money for you, and when they talk say they spend the time, it means say it would take them. Both baby don't make the same statement. Talk say if La Republic can give even how many millions them, it would take them because after all, now money where they thief for plantations them. Now so both baby talk. And now why that you see them, they be so today. When you see this activism, where they come for update, they talk say, oh, you know what? You know how many times La Republic they call me for bribe me, they call me for do so, they call me for do so. It is therefore explained for La Republic say, you see, if you go for this person, it would take them. That kind of people, you see like
La Republic contacts almost every person. Yeah. Right from the home front. A lot of people know Sabi this one.
No, they contact, but
they contact every person.
if you go out there, go talk, you see like Chris Anu, person where he like praises. When you come for make a live show, you talk say I cannot talk until I get 700 views or until I get this. Now they will go bring false people them. They can't come for they behave for you like they are supporters. They say you are doing a great job, you work so fine, so you do so this so. However, but why is it that when you come live, you get 700 views, you do so? What be Dr. Sako, you get how many views? And now you get for be the leader, you get for be so, you get for do so. They be carried by all these things them. When you see some activists, they can't talk. You see what they talk say, they wonder with the non-job, then they say, oh, they get a full-time job, they get company them, they do so, they dress well, they do so. When you show all those things them so, it don't really tell the enemy, person when a smart person, it will tell you, when will be there small people will go for that market for Christmas Day for that. For go buy shoe them and clothes them for that. People already flock for market, you answer for even the people they come for village, they cry, say they don't thief money. You ask and say how they thief. It be really put up for a back so silamo. You don't know how a thief man know. And when you be indicate for thief man, when you walk inside crowd, thief man just shout until say ho. As he shall say ho, you hold on for here. So he shall say ho, you hold on for here. He will talk say what did you hold on for here? So it means say you hide something for that position where your hand you go for this. Now why that
you want to see what you want to look that side another man more.
Then they will calculate you, they take the thing for you. So when you come, you talk say you be Ambazonia, you be this, I be this, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this. When you see a diplomat, may I tell you how a diplomat they function, or a judge. When you talk for judge, you know the laugh, you know the smile, you know the vex, you know the do nothing. You face not the change. You know the know whether you impress you or you do anything for you. Because if you talk something, some man just smile, you go no say okay, that means say he want that kind one. Or you when Chris and you go talk, he blast people them. Oh, they punch the love sign. You see how the love sign they go for up. He say yes, that means they may blast people them. May do so. You know, no say they destroy now your own self. They destroy now their
I say Ochima. You get the inspiration of both sides.
Yeah, go ahead. And small things so.
Yes.
So cooperatives can't tell me say why Chris Anu not leave their Marianta alone. Because now so now when your wings are like Lucifer their own, they be because of excessive pride and insolence, if you fall from heaven, you fall for down. So so Kuplota go talk say why Chris Anu don't go get the government, any can't worry Marianta, me leave Marianta alone. I say, aha. Now the thing that will tell when I say when I be don't go get when I could protest government, me when I leave Dr. Sako alone. Even till today, when they don't go put they say they are Chris Anu Day, with the yes Sama Thomas them, Alaji them, Uncle B them, all these people every day they see talk Dr. Sako. Where when I don't talk, when I don't impeach, remove it. When I see talk Dr. Sako, when I forget for the file a republic. That is it.
So
I love
that improvisation for the I don't know play we get them, but if we find more end the show with that kind of sweet, small kind of thing. Yeah. So Ambazonian people, as I give last talk me what try talk. I want to tell una be say, wait till I want to talk for una be say, it is so will never be foolish people. Anything if it happen, anybody if you do anything, you do them. The one as una wanna watch me, una look for una screen now, una the system find to happen. The special town hall meeting we could do with president tomorrow. It is start at 9 p.m. for Amba time. That means by the kind time we don't hear. We go stream for ground zero, but we want me all man join for Zoom. They call that one a Mami Water Flow for Zoom. When I come Zoom plenty at the as it day now, so I want make us say any man where they watch out for people where you get a camera for phone. When I snap the Zoom entry number, when I pick snapper, when I snap and fine. I bring her down when I see you press the fine face when I rose here. We see a special town hall meeting with the president, Dr. Samuel Ikomesako. The Zoom ID is start with number 83221078230. As you just enter that Zoom meeting, when I see chief of staff, they already share them. You just need to put this number for Zoom. Either not the one for browser for computer or not the one for phone. As you put on top, you enter the meeting. You enter the meeting, You go there, president go there, you go hear the way president say go to talk for you. Fine. The truth be say we go possibility they say we go streamer, we fit streamer for ABC. Possibility they say we go fit streamer for ABC, but we go start streamer for ABC. But maybe not that way president start talk, because the most important thing as a president one more na day we for Zoom call. You see the time it start for Amba time, for Boya time. Boya time it go to start for 9 p.m. So president one more na day for Zoom call. So I mean, you know, they looking at like for television. President one na man way like to listen for people. He wants as he talk me you to talk. So he go find say me Oma arrange himself wear a Christmas shirt because he want come can't talk for your president. Now culture that now Anglo-Saxon culture, you know they dress like thief man. You dress fine, even if you get a t-shirt self, not small tricot, or now which one you get them, comb your hair fine, brush your mop, even though na Zoom meeting. Then people their mom not going to smell for others. But find say we want come can't talk for president. You come with some respect, come on time. We go to play more fine music then. When I go to listen them, and then people will go to dance, The atmosphere go there fine. Before that time, you go get press secretary, myself, and undaunted ladies who I like plenty. We go to talk on this UN General Assembly. We don't know where to be president want talk. What I want give a special announcement because he self talks anyone as special. He said this one is special town hall meeting. When me say na town hall meeting where they like no other town hall meeting before. Special one. And before he want even talk say a special one, he already talk say come and hear my opinion, my position. That one for grammar talk say after when I don't hear plenty noise. All man don't talk. Time on day when I can't hear it way when I want talk. Like that time we small. When we don't hear noise, don't they put on do thing. All my 1 year and last talk where Papa go talk for house because the talk where the Papa talk, they always be with plenty wisdom. It get solution. Chaos on day when I don't hear the one that they record themselves, they go to dance, they dance. When I see that dance, I don't know what I want to see the dance over, but I see the dance.
Mark, when I come so that
yeah, conclude them when I talk last talk. Now 60 seconds, come and get them move go out.
You see, fellow Ambazonians, look, we don't gotta hear all like we be one family all the time. We don't get them. We talk the right talk. We try to tell one the right thing. If not that John Gute, the Prime Minister of the Republic, I tell one say no be Ambazonian. I the advice one say stick to Ambazonian. If it not Chris Ano where it dance like picking where they don't buy Christmas clothes, no be any leader, na leader for your own belly, na leader for Jange group. And not get anything for do. If you rule his side, they go. Now, Jange group leader, not be leader for Ambazonia, for any faction of Ambazonia. All them, where they by accuse say, Dr. Sako, na this one, you know, she has run for. The thing that say, anything where Chris Ano touch him, he go die. The Bible say, God go protect a leader. He go say, me, he prophet, he go stand with a prophet. You know, if he do them any harm, they say, even if not 10,000 evil then come for a leader aside, all they will fall aside. Now, the same way they for Dr. Sakoyan. I will tell you one thing. This one say, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Leader, na man way, he know that way. It go the way, and it show the way for a people. Leader, when they say you are a leader, now man who win the respect for others, he win the respect for others. Even deliver more than wait away he promise. That one would call and say a leadership. A leadership not na man way they promise, you know they deliver. No, na man way they promise just small, but deliver more for a people. Would call that one say more than more. So you get more respect because you don't deliver. No year for that people the way cricket coat. I not mean for Koshi Ben and wait till I see him. I don't know who buy that cricket coat for Crazy Enos. Where it jump around. Jongu to them, frundi them. Una follow una. If this minister then the elite one they call them so on a phone or phones, they be ready get respect for themselves. If they be get confidence for themselves, they will try for make their own country.
House slaves.
So these people na house slave, or you call them, I call them, they say na GDR. Say even those chiefs, they na GDR center also, like the fake Amba boys and the GDR center. They will, not only we will liberate them, even the ministers, and now we will liberate them. So una hold una belt tight with the win. That's why this guy then be frustrated. I tell you, say the situation when they be decadent, they be like queen termite where it don't overchop. And also when quick time and not overchop, you know, they produce the number of X where it gave for produce them. The soldiers and the workers, they will put it in pieces, they will kill it. Now the same thing where people like Christopher Anu, all that people for a back, they don't fit deliver for La Republic because where then they it the only one be president for talk say for displace that a court case for America because he understands say as Trump to the fight for be president because you know say if he be president all the things they don't do they're not going to persecute him. So Christopher Anu to fee say when he be president for ambassador, all that money they don't see back.
I will cut you short here, my brother.
persecute.
I don't tongue na say when they want to talk about Anus, more than they talk about Trump. Trump is an intelligent man. Trump is a successful man. You know, if you talk about Anus, you talk about Trump. I be tell that one for Dr. Peshen because if you call it Trump Anu, I said that is too much hype. You can't be talking about Trump and you're talking about Anu. I know say Trump he get the policy challenges, but he's a successful business and intelligent man. You can't be talking about Anus and you talk about Trump. Now, now hear that be the way that man talk for here, way he talk the problem.
I apologize for that one. So,
yes.
Sorry for that side. Say I use his name. That just means for talk say like going to be a president. If he say forget that category, that respect.
Yes.
But as Mr. Paddy talk, now very successful man. Yes, but this man is worse than any other person who have he talk now. Where I want to put and so at the end my stuff now.
Thank you very much. So you see this man where he talks on talk for here. Well, you get at 60 seconds. You get that, you know, past 60 seconds. So you hear this man where he talk the team for here. He talk say problem where you do one vote man about achieve nothing. We know the one coach this man, but what did this man do? He take communications department, transform man to anchor man show. He don't abandon another, he don't create television. I don't know who manage the anchor show. So he know about what he don't do for Ambazonia. Contextually, if you calculate and find, you see I'm saying that dirty for beans. You know the way you wash beans, that water they come over there. The fact they come up for beans where the beans is sweet for up. No means that the water get used. Now smelly water. If you want to when put it on the cook, when they on the cook since they smaller way, you need to throw the water far because you put on corner, it will smell. So now when they cause something water for beans, it means that people throw and far. So I don't end my own for the I think say you and go talk more closer.
Yeah, so I want to tell Amazonia people them say we will win this war. Say the war be between two countries, Amazonia and La Republique. Our interim government and La Republique government say we not get two government for Amazonia. We get one government, interim government. We get one APP forum. We get one president, Dr. Sako. We get one army when Amazonia Restoration Forces. Anything we want to hear for down there, we run ADF, AML, SOCADEF, all those people them. Now La Republique and Atangaji boys and where they come for them for can they put illegal lockdown for punish with people so that most people they revolt against the struggle, they work kidnap with people. They are not fighting La Republique, they fight now the interim government, fight now the government for Amazonia.
Yeah, they are working on fight interim government.
Yes, La Republique is there on life support. Now why that we see their minister the crisis, CDC not the work, Pamoy not the work. Now why that we go for continued economic sabotage and we drop for meme and do everything. I call on all the LGHA people them. Say they go for the camp outside for the tell their people them which development projects where they get them, which blueprints where they get them for project them for their people in a free Amazonia. So that means that people they remain motivated. You go for tell on people say when I get these resources, this thing. So when I don't get control for our territory, now so when I would work, now so employment good day and all those things away did it.
Because Amazonian people get right for get accountability for now. Amazonian people get right more and give them update. Wait till they happen for the county. Wait till the challenges where the county they go through. So that Amazonian people get. You know, they tell them intelligence. Like how you want me to talk 4 years ago. Anytime when my trip to Boya money enter hand, the one talk he say it is that word we use Intelligence information. Again, if they always use some word, anytime they ask information,
classified.
No, all that we don't want them for dictionary. Again, one don't make a way to move that word from Ambazonia dictionary.
So
nothing like classified.
Yeah. So they talk for Ambazonia people. Them say me everybody come on board because now for we own territory we go for defend them. Even there for Europe everywhere, you never be in a land that you be a stranger. And for all the fighters them, well, la Republic and enablers them, even including some spoilers where they did for outside, they can't deceive when I say me when I lay low, so me when I not fight, me when I go Nigeria, go rest there, go Ghana, go any place, go rest for day. Me when I know say even la Republic pay moto send you for Ghana or for which country where it is send them, it is send you for the country where when the time will not correct, it will can't take you back, go kill them. Now, so if the go take a you tab them for Nigeria, can't put her for prison. You should say you be who. So if you be not carry weapon against La Republic, even for one day, wait till it happen for people for April 6 for coup d'etat. Now it will happen for now. So the only option now for continue for fight for free and liberate Ambazonia. Make some person not can fool you say he be an elite, he fight for parliament. You too, you begin fight for outside for day. He can give you small money and then he begin to work and go to sell one for all that kind of thing. There is nothing like ground zero leadership. Nothing exist like ground zero leadership because we never get full control for a country. When I never go get full control for a country where La Republic is still get some small control over it. The only thing where they want to try for do now because La Republic the fear for come for the Swiss stocks. It want to try for cut ground zero. I mean the home front from the interim government where they secure the Swiss stock so that they will talk say they don't come for Swiss stock because people are where they there for home front they know the year order for from them. The Swiss stocks be alive and available. No be na that kind thing the way when I be here US German let talk to Norwegian professor and all these things them. La Republic people say no fool when I talk say it never be committed in those the Swiss stocks because La Republic it never come up publicly for deny.
I will try to call him say prophet of doom because they like for use TikTok. I was in a summit with APLM and we linked. You know, I forgive we report for the call where we go do for London. There you go say, oh, you want to talk about Swiss stocks, dirty for rice. I want to dirty for water for beans. Now, so they call that now water for beans. All that nonsense talk, you know, get nothing for do. So we suspend this discussion. Why be interested for the Swiss talk where be not talk say it not be the exist and whatsoever? Why they go debate about it? They don't go lie about the US German leg talks about the three Norwegian professors and all those kind of stuff. They be go for Canada, go to cause the Swiss people, the British High Commissioner talks in the Swiss talk where they on top table. Now you a be La Republic, and no one can denounce and say you don't want the Swiss talk. So why did they come for kind of fool people and so? May give we accountability we go do for London for sell oil. Accountability for the money here we cut them for bad food. Accountability for the Prince of Kurgo they kill him. Accountability for Munzu. Amon will be taken for Munzu. Give accountability why they kill the driver for Munzu. Give accountability for the fighters where they go kill them for Batty, both the first massacre, second massacre, this third one way it can't be for you. The key driver of Munzo, so that make you know talk the truth for the event. Correct. So I thank you very much, my brother. Them I want to see my put up because I comment section them. We want to see I'm find some people say yes, I know I'm calling the name. Say one of the dirty for beings then get on Zoom meeting to tomorrow. But the good news we've been, I say Ambazonian people, the Bible say my sheep they know me, they hear my voice. The Ambazonian people they join a Zoom meeting for their leader. If you care, you go cost the Unity Institution and all the American join for watch on live program. When it comes to Zoom meeting, all of them they come listen for president.
Director, I beg 1 second. It don't be now more than it go more than 8 months. More than 10 months now, 11 months. Where they already enter Zoom meeting them. How much they don't raise them? They fight who? They know they fight La Republic. They fight na interim government. All that thing I forgot to tip people their money. Not that they don't start the fight amongst themselves. It may be tomorrow they will start to tear themselves where they be for them. We be focused. We be concentrated for fight for free Ambazonia them. So the PK they go enter Zoom meeting for go to plan how they go for dismantle the institution for the interim government. They can't lies them, allegations them, then they can't complain, say they not get no evidence, anything, other kind of them. So who care about all those things where they go to do for outside for day? Now only thief people them, embezzlers them, where they will go for all those kind of things where they get continue for the go that kind side them. So we will remain strong. We go draft for Meme. Everybody go draft for Meme. Thank you.
Yes, man, make sure say for Meme tomorrow we go there with Paul Nilong for talk a little bit about this Meme before President come up. Paul Nilong don't send audio. I think Kemi Ash don't share them. I want me will not take una time really follow up very closely. The important thing and the sweet thing we there for all the talk we'll talk today be say Ambazonian people be happy, Ambazonian people be engaging, Ambazonian people they learn the talk, they like the talk plenty. So now President this, they go get meeting tomorrow for 9 p.m. for Ambazonia time. I thank all people who they be there for home front where they don't watch this program so they 12 o'clock don't pass. They still there. They be expect I never want put on call because of the favor on people where they home front for receive the call. And they still be engaging. I see some of them where they home front where I know them. And they still watch the program. The one that they watch for national TV direct live for satellite. And the one that they watch your website and for Facebook and YouTube. I thank una plenty. But I go say I not leave yet because woman them why noise maker that they make noise, coup plotters that they make their coup. Ambazonian woman them, Ambazonian stakeholder they raise money for help with refugee them for humanitarian purpose. So what on a corn and granite on a popcorn they want give people. They enhance them. They not the only end for them, they do diplomacy. They fight for better things. So we get some video of one she done down. Still watch the video because the video will take a little bit.
I send you some image too for there too.
Yes. This video, na video for the woman them. Una watch them. Una set up, una go hear them. Na video will go end. Una stay on watch them. It go take some more time, but now nice video. As you start watching, you will see face the way you sabi. You will see now umami them. As well they cry for we. Una stay there. Una watch them. Una enjoy. Good night.
The Black American Dilemma. Rescue Ambazonia from ruthless killers. When Europeans first colonized North American continent, the land was vast, the work was harsh, and there was a severe shortage of labor. In 1619, the first ship of black men and women arrived in America. So beginning early in the 17th century, my ancestors were being stolen, kidnapped from Africa, ripped from their families, and enslaved by ruthless slave traders and so-called slave masters.
When we talk about roots within the family, we envision a progenitor, an ancestor from whom a person is descended. As a noun, root is a condition of belonging to a specific place or group by virtue of ethnic and cultural lineages. When we talk about African diaspora, we are referring to all black people scattered around the globe in various communities, most of them in the Americas, especially the United States of America. We share the same DNA, the same stories, the same challenges and anxieties. And so, when we see conditions of mass killings and unwarranted violence, it does not sit well with us. We cannot underestimate the power of our connections. Our history as Black people is intricately linked. We have been subjected to violence and mass killings and dehumanization due to systemic racism and Black-on-Black violence. In the 15th century, a forced migration occurred through transatlantic slave trade that lasted for 400 plus years. During that time, mass killings occurred, yet we survived as a people. Colonization and neocolonialism saw mass killings of our people and many others around the world. In fact, before the killings in Ukraine, there were killings in Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo, genocide in Rwanda, and now mass killings and genocide in Ambazonia, southern Cameroons. Thanks to DNA testing, many of you African American celebrities, actors, and entertainers have traced your roots to Ambazonia and West Africa. You can and should use your celebrity status for the common and greater good. As children of God, we have to build a spiritual army comprised of good people who care for humanity, people who will support us to end mass killings and genocides around the world. Please join in the movement to end this unwarranted violence and mass killings. Sign the petition and stop the mass killings in Ambazonia and the world over. Stop the killings so that our brothers and sisters can come home.
The messages to our country's president, vice president, governors, and senators are not about the horrors of slavery in America. It is about the blatant disrespect that is yet swept under the dirty rugs of democracy as people of color yet struggle under the disguised, deceptive practice of systemic racism. We are sending you this electronic packet to offer you an opportunity to do something decent for people of color throughout America and throughout our motherland, Africa.
A 21st century genocide in the former British Southern Cameroons. This is the story of Ambazonia. It is a story we must take to the White House until the genocide ends. You see, for the past 5 years, we have protested in front of the White House. We have written letters to the White House, yet the genocide continues in the former British Southern Cameroons, Ambazonia. The silence has been deafening. This year, in 2022, we the people are journeying to the White House, fortified with the many voices of celebrities. Yes, this enhanced power of the people will produce the roar necessary to bring the genocide to an end, because our whispers for the past years were too faint and never heard. We the people are going to the White House armored with dignity and respect, because the White House symbolizes the presidency, the government, and the American people. They have to hear our story. And our story, in a nutshell, is this. The former British Southern Cameroons was incompletely decolonized in 1961 when the United Nations granted African nations the permission to achieve independence from their colonial masters. Instead, on October 1st, 1961, the former British Southern Cameroons was recolonized by France through its proxy, La République du Cameroun, who remains a colony of France till today. After decades of marginalization and a failed assimilation, culminating with the protests by teachers and lawyers in 2016, the president of La République du Cameroun waged war on the people of the former British Southern Cameroons. 5 years later, a Rwandan-like genocide remains in Southern Cameroons, and over 45,000 people have been killed, over 400 villages burned through their scorched earth policy, over 5,000 prisoners of war, over 1.5 million internally displaced, over 1 million refugees, and over 800,000 school-aged students not going to school. The international community has been blind to what is going on. The promise of never again has been broken. However, there has been tremendous support for Ukraine, who was just recently invaded by Russia about 6 months ago. Just maybe Black lives do not matter after all. My sisters and I are mothers, women, grandmothers, calling for an end to mass killing. President Biden, who is a leader of the free world and is in the White House at this moment, is in the position to help end the genocide. The White House represents the true principles of democracy, freedom, and self-determination. And that is simply why the Southern Cameroons are taking this problem to the White House. Thank you so much.
I am speaking to you about people who are being sadistically murdered under the guise of war. Women and children are being slaughtered in sadistic ways, many times forcing the father to watch as his family is being horrifically murdered, and then he is murdered, or even worse, he is forced to survive this horror. This kind of brutality is going on right here in our world, a few clicks away, while our United Nations is pretending they don't see, when it's clear that they do indeed see.
Fellow citizens of the world, I am appealing to every peace-loving and justice-seeking individual to join this movement that seeks true peace, tranquility, and prosperity for everyone on the planet. We are calling on every colored person or person of color to be part of this change. Every human being has a color. None of us is colorless. I would appeal that our eyes remain colorblind to the human race, while our hearts are open to justice for all. Let us all join the movement that seeks to mitigate mass killings and genocide while offering equal opportunity to every child born on the planet the chance to fulfill their God-given destiny. For men and women of color, the statistics of mass killings in our U.S. communities are alarming. The violence of black on black is higher than white or police on blacks. Our guns turned at each order are cutting our destinies short and bringing untold misery to our families and friends. On our African continent, the story is no different. It may be influenced by tribal lines, but the greatest genocide is organized under the guise of civil war and unrest. However, it is masterminded by selfish colonial masters of the West and China in the East. Today, Southern Cameroon is a sovereign nation that has been experiencing genocide for over 5 years, carried out by the Republic of Cameroon. If you take a closer look, it is France supporting and sustaining these wicked acts because of the natural resources of southern Cameroons, also known as Amazonia. If we cannot fight at this time for all color people scattered all over the globe, how then are we expecting others to truly come to our aid? Let us together raise our voices in a loud roar that demands peace and tranquility for all. Let us seek the change that will let every human being lead a peaceful life, no matter where on the globe they live, the color of their skin, their tribe of origin, or their religious beliefs. A world where justice reigns for all and perpetrators of mass killings and genocides are brought to the books and not celebrated or covered by the international community, turning a blind eye to their crimes of murder. Please be an advocate for this global movement by joining and supporting the movement of change for peace and justice.
Though I come from a line of enslaved people, I am not enslaved. I am a free woman who is a natural citizen of the most powerful country in this world, and that makes my voice powerful. I realize as an entrepreneur that the power of my lone voice can be amplified by bringing together 1 billion voices of free or not so free people throughout the world. Hence, the movement.
Have you ever been in a place where 2-month-old babies are shot with live bullets or fried in hot boiling oil? Where the military kills indiscriminately? Can you imagine a place where drinkable water needs kilometer walk, or 3 square meals is an illusion, or tools for children, toys for children is a luxury? Healthcare is far-fetched, humanity reduced to underdog and frustration? This movement, Fanaticism Revealed, sets to rescue the oppressed from tyrannic and dictatorial murderous governments, to resound the already wailing echoes of the people of the former British Southern Cameroons, aka Ambazonia. This movement sets out to unite voices that will provoke governments to send fact-finding missions to discover the root causes to the Ambazonian story. Strong, opinioned governments like America, Germany, Canada, Japan, Great Britain, Scandinavian countries, and many more are called upon. Our goal is to grow in number, using our voices to reach the White House, the United Nations, the EU, the AU, and other presidencies of the world, that they enact laws that will stop mass shooting and killings in America, as well as genocidal wars in other parts of the world, using Ukraine and Ambazonia as our case study at this point in time. Our mission equates to reminding the world that we are in a new millennium, the 21st century, whereby human slaughtering, impoverishment under the guise of war should not continue under our watch. Tyrannic and dictatorial Lack of rule of law and non-respect of human rights governments have no place in this era. This movement set out to provoke people to stand up, defend and protect humanity. The 10 core members in this movement uphold the concept of united voices, whereby education will be served to the underdeserved with quality and competitive curriculum. There will be safety at school, in school, on the way and back from school. Healthcare is highly considered for all.
We have just spent a few days testing the waters with our End the Mass Killings petition. We have an exponential plan that will bring hundreds of millions of signatures as caring people join us in raising our voices to scream as one voice, end mass killings.
The desire to make the world one human family, living collaboratively in love and peace with each other and the environment, is the will of God for mankind, as well as the desire of the people, especially the oppressed, for the world. The steady rise of humanitarian crises like wars, genocide, mass killings, human trafficking all over the world calls for a global humanitarian response to save lives and the world from destruction by the forces of evil. Amnesty International stated in their report to the United Nations that 154 countries in the world have some form of humanitarian crisis. They also stated that, and I quote, "The time is now to close the inequality gap within and among countries. If we work in solidarity as one human family, we can make the year 2022 a true year of recovery for peoples and economies alike." End of quote. The United Nations Department of Economy and Social Affairs, which is a think tank of the United Nations, in their report concluded that the rising problems in the world is not because they don't have solutions, but it is because those who are in power lack the will. That is why the Storm Broadcasting Network, a humanitarian movement, is trying to bring the much needed change in the world to save lives and the world through the most safest and non-invasive way, petitioning. But we cannot do this alone. That is why we are coming to you. A global solution needs a global action. We are not asking for money. We are not planning to do demonstrations in front of government buildings. We just need your signature because we believe that there is power in the people. We believe the people's power. When the people speak, the politicians, they listen. 1 million signatures is 1 million voices. When they speak to the UN, they will listen. We are inviting all the leaders, religious leaders, entrepreneurs, celebrities, students, singers, people of goodwill that wants to see an end to bloodshed and crimes in the world. Please go to change.org and look for the petition that says "Stop Mass Killing, End Mass Killing," and sign it. Add your voice, add your name. When we have, our goal is to have at least 1 million signatures. If we have 1 million signatures and we take it to the United Nations and tell them that we want an end to mass killing, an end to genocide, an end to any crisis that any nation in the world, wherever, has, they will listen. The most neglected of all the humanitarian crises is the genocide that is going on in southern Cameroon, aka Ambazonia. For the past 6 years, it has been massacres, burning of schools, killing indiscriminately, 45,000 killed, children out of school for 6 years, homes, villages burned, yet not one fact-finding mission.
Hello, hello, hello. It is time you join the movement, STAM Broadcasting Network. It is time you take 1 second to sign the petition and mass killings. Why is it so important? Why are we doing this ourselves? Where are our leaders? Where are the black clergies and where are the black leaders in our communities? Why is it so important that you join us? Yes, because you have the masses in your churches. Yes, you can take this message to your pulpits. Just like you have cried for prayers for Ukraine, just like you are asking for people to join and help Ukraine, it is time you put some of that energy into your own people, into your own communities. Every day we wake up yet to another black boy being murdered. Across the United States, we see yet another police brutality, yet another school shooting. When is it going to stop? We cannot be quiet anymore. We cannot stay quiet anymore unless we speak up, unless we go together, unless we join hands, and unless we have you, our black clergies and our black leaders, to join the movement, to please help every member of your congregation go to change.org. It takes just a second to sign the petition. Stop mass killings. Stop genocide. You know why it's so important? Because the world is turning a blind eye on our people. When it comes to the black child being murdered, when it comes to school shootings in our community, people pretend like nothing is happening. Why are you letting us down by not adding your voices to us, to the masses? Please, we need you more than ever. We need 1 million signatures that will represent your voices to say, yes, you stand in solidarity to end mass killings, to end genocide in Ambazonia, Southern Cameroons, where you have over 40,000 lives wasted, where you have over 600 villages burnt down, where you have babies being fried like beignets, and where you have over 80,000 refugees scattered all over, and you have women having babies in the bushes and no medication, where you will never see CNN reporting like they are reporting what is happening in Ukraine, where you will never see the United Nations send a fact-finding mission like they are doing in Ukraine. Black leaders, we are begging you to join the movement now. Yes, we need you to join the movement, STAM Broadcasting Network. Please, it costs nothing but your people, all of us together, telling your congregation to go on change.org and sign the petition. Stop mass killings. Stop genocide. So together, 1 million of us can march to the White House with our petitions, with our voices in the click of our pens. Together, we can go to the United Nations to say enough is enough and this must be stopped. Together, like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Marcus Garvey and all of the black leaders did in the past. Together, like Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela did in South Africa to free apartheid. Help us end mass killings. Help us end genocide by joining the movement, STAM Broadcasting Network, and signing the petitions on change.org. End mass killings. Thank you.
The question is, can politicians and celebrities do something to end mass killings? The answer is yes. Politicians can create policies that aim to stop killings of all types. This includes killings related to war, like the one happening in southern Cameroon now for 5 years. Killings related to non-conflict situations, like the ones happening in church shootings and schools in America. There are also self-inflicted killings, killing by family members, and killings by a stranger. So politicians can do something about all the killings. Celebrities are famous people with a wide audience. They can use their social media platform to influence social issues in society through the population. Celebrities, like entertainers and athletes, can get the public to pay attention to a global trouble spot. For example, the neglected genocide that is happening in the southern Cameroons now for 5 years, with thousands killed. Many celebrities do philanthropic work to help society. Through the tap of a screen, they can go beyond monetary interest to do work that can change society. They can shine light on issues that benefit society. But first, they need to educate themselves on the global issues. For example, they can go to the Human Rights Watch website, which is hrw.org, to learn about issues like the war in southern Cameroon. They can then urge the general public to take action by getting involved. This is a movement, a call to action for 1 million signatures on the petition called End Mass Killings on change.org. This petition is meant to stop all kinds of mass killings, like the most recent one in the United States in Uvalde, Texas, May 2022. These mass killings in Ukraine, the genocide in southern Cameroon. I will end here with this quote by Edmund Burke. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. End of quote. Thank you for listening.
Picture this. A woman walking down the street with her baby, and she's nursing the baby as she walks. And the baby is snatched from her breast and tossed in burning oil. And then she's taken into the brush, raped, and set on fire. No, this is not the scene of the latest horror movie. It is actual horrific acts of terror, war, genocide, mass killings in Amazonia. Meanwhile, an older couple's home is set on fire while they're preparing their morning meal. Does it move you to tears or concern, like the pictures of starving children that we see on television, or older adults with no food shown on television? It should. If it's as widespread as these commercials, it is more of a life and death situation and needs to be shown by major news outlets. It needs to be unveiled. It needs to be known so that it can be stopped. Rwanda moved most to say never again. Yet, this is happening and being propagated under the guise of war. As you facilitate us, the movement, in our goal to reach billions to stop mass killings, genocide, murder of black people in Amazonia and around the world. This will make an impact on lives everywhere, and you can then be certainly celebrated as having made an impact to make change, to cause wars, mass killings, genocide, to stop, because your voice will speak volumes. Your voice will reach millions and billions to encourage them and to allow them to see the things that are happening in Amazonia and other nations, countries, even in the United States, to come aware of these things so that it can be stopped. You, who we celebrate, you, who we make famous, you can be made famous for the impact that you will have when you share with us, when you speak out with your voice and let it be known that these kind of horrible acts of atrocities must stop.
We are 10 female entrepreneurs who are spearheading this movement to gather the masses and to create partnerships with a large number of corporate and celebrity partners who will help build this virtual ark to bring solutions to murder, genocide, and other brutality. We are starting our fight in the neglected Amazonia. We are in urgent need of your voices as governors and senators to help us encourage you, Mr. President, to meet with the interim president of Amazonia and his cabinet to find the truth behind all of this deception of war that is actually blatant, arrogant murderers finding some kind of sick satisfaction in brutalizing human beings.
This week, we lost the longest ruling monarch, Queen Elizabeth. She is being revered for her personal achievements for Great Britain. In Africa, she is being remembered for some very dark period of Britain's relationship with colonial rule and her failure or inability to right those wrongs. Mr. President, what legacy do you want to leave for Ambazonia? The war started before your watch, but continues under your watch. Do you want to be remembered for the killings of babies, the old and handicapped, and over 40,000 Ambazonians by La République du Cameroon? Or you want to be remembered as the one who could and did bring peace to the Ambas Bay region? President Biden, you can do it. Do the right thing. Right this great wrong and injustice. Give the Ambazonians peace and justice they deserve. You can do it. Stop the genocide. Stop the killing of babies. You can do it.
Help us get President Dr. Sacco of Ambazonia to the White House and to the sessions of the UN Assembly that are scheduled to begin on September 9th, 2022. Just as my great-great-grandparents had the human right to dignity and the pursuit of happiness that was ripped from us, the same injustices is happening just across the land in the southern Cameroons, specifically in the Federal Republic of Amazonia. We need you to get us heard so that you will be a blessing to traumatized people who are being, as I speak, catastrophically murdered. When you show concern for these innocent people of color, you show us as Black Americans that you want to do something to make up for our long suffering, and we will find comfort in that.